please state your name and city of residence. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeanette. Welcome, everyone, to your Fort Worth City Council meeting. I'll call us to order.
Tonight's invocation will be by Reverend Bruce Datcher from Ebenezer Missionary Baptist. Please stand for the invocation and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiances.
Let us pray. Oh God, here we are with thanksgiving in our hearts. Here we are just to say thank you for another day, a day we've never seen before, and a day we shall never see again. We ask you now, Lord, to bless this city. We ask you to bless this city as a whole. And then, Lord, we pray for our mayor. Continue to strengthen her, keep her, protect her as she gives leadership to this city. We pray for this council, and we pray for the staff. We pray for all the decisions that shall be made to govern this municipality. And then, Lord, we say thank you for the different heritage that's represented throughout this city. And we thank you for those that are being represented here tonight. So, God, we're going to thank you in advance for all that you've done, all that you're doing, and all that you are about to do. It's in your Son, Jesus' name, I pray. Amen. United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty, justice for all.
The order for tonight will be special presentations and introductions, announcements by the city manager regarding pulled, withdrawn, or continued items, approval of the consent agenda, approval of items pulled from the consent agenda, council items including presentations and board and commission appointments, followed by resolutions, public hearings, zoning cases, and then items under the report of the city manager. The first item will be a special presentation of a proclamation for support of Latino Business Day.
And I'll turn to Councilmember Carlos Flores for this proclamation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. It's my pleasure here to present this proclamation to support Hispanic businesses. And it's important we do that because it is together where we offer our support for these businesses at a time when they need it most, but also to help, encourage our city to keep developing businesses on all fronts. Support Latino Business is a national community-led initiative shining a light on the significant economic contributions Latinos businesses make every day. They invite everyone to be part of the movement to help uplift Latino businesses all over our communities. The Fort Worth Hispanic Chamber of Commerce and their colleagues at the U.S. Hispanic Chamber have confirmed that this is an outstanding group to support. So it's my pleasure to read the following proclamation. Whereas the city of Fort Worth is a diverse and inclusive city made up of entrepreneurs and trailblazers, with a growing Latino population and a thriving Latino business community. And whereas, in that spirit, Fort Worth recognizes the unique contributions of the Latino community during this year's Hispanic Heritage Month celebration through support Latino businesses. A rallying cry for our local partners, including community organizations, elected officials, business leaders, and owners, to celebrate the significant economic contributions Latino businesses make, the jobs that they help create, and the positive impact that they bring to our community and beyond. And whereas the City of Fort Worth is joining communities across the country for Support Latino Businesses Day to acknowledge and encourage support for Latino-owned businesses. And whereas the Fort Worth Hispanic Chamber of Commerce recognizes the need for effective representation for minority-owned local businesses and strives for the economic benefit for all in the community. And whereas, please join us on September 14th, 2022, in support of the celebration of Latino-owned businesses in the city of Fort Worth as we recognize their services and contributions to our city. Now, therefore, it is my pleasure and privilege to present this proclamation to Annette Landeros, who is the President and CEO of the Fort Worth Hispanic Chamber.
Thank you, Councilman Flores, Mayor, and all of City Council. We're so proud for just the cultural celebration that we're about to embark on for Hispanic Heritage Month, and the business community and all the support you all have given businesses throughout the last difficult 2 years. This is our opportunity to just celebrate the contributions, the jobs that we create, the economic impact that we have, and just to let you know that we're very proud of being part of the Fort Worth fabric and the part of the Fort Worth economy, and we will continue to be good stewards, good partners of all of you, and help grow our city together. Thank you.
Looks like you came with an entourage, Annette. There are a lot of people out there. I'm almost afraid to ask them to come up and take a picture. But whoever would like to, please. We'll try to cram it in as best as possible. Just watch the dog tails right there coming around the corner. Just get on this side of me. Both sides. Yeah. No, you're doing it fine. Come on.
All right, everybody, right here, 1, 2, 3. Perfect, thank you so much.
All right. Thanks, everybody, for coming. Appreciate that.
The next item is a presentation of a proclamation for Hispanic Heritage Month.
Good evening, Fort Worth. How is everybody? Yes, good crowd. We've got dogs and mariachi. What more could you want? This proclamation is an honor to hand out. Special thanks to Estela Martinez Stewart with Visit Fort Worth, Visita Fort Worth for making this possible. Of course, Annette Landeros. Everybody keep coming down as I'm talking here. Visit Fort Worth is partnering with the Fort Worth Hispanic Chamber of Commerce for attractions and organizations like the Artes de la Rosa to celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month in Fort Worth from September 15th through October 15th. We invite you to discover and honor the cultural richness we enjoy in our city today from Mexico, Central America, South America, and the Caribbean. Several Latin American countries commemorate their independence during this time, including Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, and Nicaragua. It's important to know there are over 30 events and things to do during Hispanic Heritage Month, a list that I know you can find on Visit Fort Worth's website. And it's my honor to present the following proclamation in honor of Hispanic Heritage Month. And whereas Visita Fort Worth is partnering with the City of Fort Worth Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, Hispanic Advisory Committee, community organizations, and the local attractions to celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month from September 15th to October 15th. There are more than 30 events and things to do during Hispanic Heritage Month in Fort Worth. And whereas we are excited to help elevate and celebrate the beauty of our Hispanic traditions, flavors, music, and history during Hispanic Heritage Month. It has been an honor to work with Visita Fort Worth and our Hispanic Advisory Committee to promote the month as a citywide celebration for all to enjoy. And whereas Fort Worth will honor cultural institutions, restaurants, businesses, and Western heritage groups celebrating Hispanic heritage with a full calendar of events. And whereas the total Fort Worth Hispanic population is now 36%, it is important to recognize and celebrate the heritage of our residents, workers, and visitors. Everyone is welcome to celebrate the incredible cultures and traditions that make Fort Worth a great place to live and visit. Now, therefore, the City of Fort Worth does hereby recognize and celebrate September 15, 2020 to October 15, 2020 as Hispanic Heritage Month in the City of Fort Worth. Thank you all for being here.
Mayor, City Council, we just want to thank you because it's the support of each and every one of you. Last year, when we show you how we started, together with Carlos Flores, our City Council member for the North Side, and Annette Landeros, we promised you that we were going to expand the outreach of Hispanic heritage. And with the support of Visit Forward, we now have events in the East, South, North, West museums, Botanic Garden, and as they say, over 30 events, little, big, small, where we want the city and every citizen to join us in celebrating part of our heritage. Thank you so much. And to finish, we'll give you a little touch. The music. Ladies, gentlemen, ladies. Everybody.
Okay.
Little girls this way. Come in front of us. Come in front of us.
Okay, everybody, if we can have this squeeze closer, closer. We're amigos, we're all friends, everybody. Todos nos queremos, we're all friends here. Okay, ready? Everybody look at me. 1, 2, 3.
Mariachi.
Perfect. Awesome.
All right. Thank you.
I neglected to tell you who the mariachi band is. Infinite Days Academy. Round of applause for those gentlemen. Great days. Thank you very much. And Jeanette, am I on the right path here? We're
You
going to
are. The
National
next
Service
one
Dog?
is National Service Dog Day.
Excellent. Thank you all for being here. These are remarkable dogs. We put them to the test by putting a trumpet and some guitars and loud music in front of them. That's phenomenal. Thank you so much. So about Canine Companions, who are here with us today. Canine Companions is leading the service dog industry so our clients and their dogs can live with greater independence. They provide service dogs to adults, children, and veterans with disabilities, and facility dogs to professionals working in healthcare, criminal justice, and educational settings. Since their founding in 1975, their dogs and all follow-up services are provided at no cost to clients. Independence shouldn't be limited to those who live or look or live a certain way. Disability reaches all races, classes, and backgrounds, and Canine Companions will too. Clients come to Canine Companions because of their reputation, the quality of their dogs, and the experience of training staff, and the desire to lead life with greater independence. Canine Companions is committed to providing services to all qualified candidates, and this is National Service Dog Month, which is the nature of our proclamation. If y'all want to come on up, you can. As you're coming up, yeah, what's that? Wonderful. That'd be perfect. I'll come up in just a second and take a picture once I read this. Whereas Canine Companions is a nonprofit organization that enhances the lives of people with disabilities by providing expertly trained service dogs and ongoing support to ensure quality partnership. Whereas National Service Dog Month aims to educate our community about the benefits of service dogs and the laws protecting them. And whereas the City of Fort Worth continues to work toward becoming an inclusive community in which all citizens and their service dogs are respected, we encourage all citizens to celebrate genuine service dogs and be respectful to the adults, children, and veterans who lead more independent lives because of them. Now, therefore, the City of Fort Worth does hereby honor and recognize September 2022 as National Service Dog Month. Thank you all for being here. I'll come up to you on stage.
Our last presentation will be for the proclamation for National Night Out.
Chief Sparrow, come join me. Chief Coach, step out. The Chief Coach, step out. You'll get to take this then. No worries. Good evening, Mayor, Council, City of Fort Worth. National Night Out is an annual community building campaign that promotes police community partnerships and neighborhood camaraderie to make our neighborhoods safer, more caring places to live. National Night enhances the relationship between neighbors and law enforcement while bringing back a true sense of community. Furthermore, it provides a great opportunity to bring police and neighbors together under positive circumstances. Neighborhoods host block parties, festivals, parades, cookouts, and various other community events with safety demonstrations, seminars, youth events, visits from emergency personnel, exhibits, and much, much more. So tonight we have proclamation. Whereas the Fort Worth Police Department invites all residents to participate in the 39th Annual National Night Out Community Building Campaign and Celebration on Tuesday, October 4th of 2022, and whereas sponsored by the National Association of Town Watch, the National Night Out campaign provides an opportunity for neighbors in Fort Worth to join over 38 million neighbors across 16,000 communities from all 50 states, U.S. territories, and military bases worldwide. And whereas National Night Out promotes strong police-community partnerships and neighborhood camaraderie to make our neighborhoods safer, more caring places to live, work, and play. And whereas residents are asked to turn on their outside lights and spend the evening outdoors with their neighbors, police officers, and other city personnel, and neighborhood crime watch groups. Citizens on patrol, neighborhood associations, and other neighborhood groups are encouraged to host events during National Night Out. Therefore, the City of Fort Worth does hereby recognize and celebrate October 4th, 2022 as National Night Out. And I'm pleased to present this proclamation to our Fort Worth Police Department. Thank you.
The next item will be items withdrawn from the consent agenda.
Thank you very much. We have 3 items to remove from the consent agenda. They are MNC 22-0659, MNC 22-0685, and MNC 22-0710.
Items to be continued or withdrawn by staff.
There are no items to be continued or withdrawn by staff.
Next item is a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended with a note that MNCs 22-0701, 22-703 through 22-0709 will be approved contingent on the approval of MNC 22-0700.
Council, if I can get a motion?
Move to approve.
Any other discussion? Please vote.
Next item is MNC 22-0659.
Speaker on this item, Council, Bishop Kirkland. Is Bishop Kirkland here? No, that's the last of our speakers, Council. Motion?
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any other discussion? She not speaking, yeah. Please vote. And motion carries.
Next item is MNC 22-0685.
Sorry, 0685. Am I lost in the agenda here?
0685, that item was pulled by Councilmember Williams.
Thank you. I think that's just, you're going to recuse. Sorry, Jared, go ahead.
Alrighty, I'll be recusing from this item due to my employment with the Tannery Food Bank.
Thank you, Councilmember Williams. Any other questions, council, on this item? Otherwise, I can entertain a motion. Got a motion and a second. Please vote. Motion carries.
Next item is MNC 22-0710.
We have one speaker on this item, council, Bishop Kirkland. Is Bishop Kirkland here? No, that's the last of our speakers on that item, council.
Move to
Got a motion and a second? council?
second.
Perfect. Any other discussion? Please vote. Motion carries.
Next item are the announcements of upcoming and recent events, recognition of citizens, and approval of ceremonial travel if needed.
Thank you. I'll turn to Councilmember Flores first.
Are you ready, Melissa? All right, first slide. August 26th, I attended my National Immigration Summit, and it was subtitled, "We Are All America." It was very well attended. We had a number of elected officials there. It was hosted by Ron Jensen, Mayor of the City of Grand Prairie, along Councilmember Georgia Clemson. In attendance, Mayor Pro Tem Andrew Palacios, Councilmember Raul Garcia, City of Arlington, the Mexican Consul General Francisco de la Torre, State Rep. Ron Romero, and Congressman Mark Veazey, who gave a recognition. So we discussed, among other things, economic policy, demographics, employment, and border security to find mutual beneficial solutions. Next slide, please. All right, a song for Cesar Chavez, again, along the theme of Hispanic Heritage Month. This was a premiere movie event at Artes de la Rosa at the historic Rose Marine Theater. The film's music and art tell the story of Cesar Chavez and his struggle to attain civil rights for migrant workers. So thank you, ADLR and the Cesar Chavez Foundation, who's the recipient of all those funds raised. And we had a panel there, including the movie producers, musicians, and Paul Cesar's son of Cesar Chavez. Next slide, please. All right, August 28th, we're in the Diamond Hill area for the annual Dreaming of the Cure car, truck, and bike show. Gino Ayala and his wife, Victoria Ayala, have held this for a number of years. It's an annual fundraiser where they raise funds to help do research for pediatric brain tumors. This year, the event, again, was at Diamond Hill High School, and it was a big turnout. There was a band there, and all this while supporting worthwhile cause in District 2. Great music, good people, strong support. Our colleague, Jared Williams, was there along with his wife. We had Fort Worth ISD trustee Roxanne Martinez, State Rep. Ramon Romero there, also Constable Pete Munoz from Precinct 5, and Fort Worth Police were there along with Dr. Jeff Murray and Wendy Eubanks of Cook Children's Hospital. Thank you one and all for a great event. Next slide, please. All right, the North Fort Worth Alliance had an alliance meeting. Myself and my colleague Leonard Firestone attended. We share a number of like interests and concerns up in that area. So we had a meeting there with the Alliance at the Boswell High School Lecture Hall. My thanks to staff, to Leonard for coming there and tackling some tough concerns that the residents had. And thank you, Fort Worth Police also. Next slide, please. All right, we had our last budget meeting for FY 2023. And that was at the Rockwood Golf Clubhouse, and City Manager David Cook was there, and he presented along with city staff and police. It was a well-attended event. Thank you, David and staff, for attending there and getting our questions answered, and was very well received, I hear. And then on the bottom part of that slide, just this past weekend, the Chorizo Menudo at Nuevo Leon Restaurant off Ellis Avenue. We had a delicious breakfast and engaging speakers along with Tarrant County Judge Glenn Whitley, A&M Law School Dean Robert Aday, and Stella Martinez Stewart from Visita Fort Worth, a number of community announcements as well. Next slide. All right. We just observed many memorials for 9/11, and we had our 21st anniversary ceremony there at the Naval Air Station Joint Reserve Base on Parade Field, so thank you to Captain Mark Berger McLean, who's the commanding officer of NASJRB, Fort Worth Fire Department, 440, Fort Worth Police, Naval Air Station, and their personnel, Fort Worth Aviation Museum. Next slide. All right, announcements. NICA is having a meeting on Thursday, September 15th, starting at a quarter till 6. And we're going to hear, among other things, the city of Fort Worth giving some information about what we've just rolled out, which is the free public Wi-Fi access in underserved neighborhoods. The North Side is a recipient of this free Wi-Fi, and a lot of people have been asking questions, so staff's going to come along with NICA's meeting, and get those questions answered and get people connected. Next slide, please. All right, again, in the vein of the Hispanic Heritage Month celebration, we have National Hispanic Heritage Month at the Fort Worth Aviation Museum. The National Hispanic Coalition of Federal Aviation Employees will be there having their celebration in the museum, expounding on careers in aviation. There's going to be food, music, and touring great-looking aircraft. That's all I have.
Thank you, Carlos.
Oh, wait, one more, I lied. Sunday, Festas Patrias at the Stockyards. We're having our parade. It starts a little bit before 11 o'clock with a grito by the aforementioned Mexican consul Francisco de la Torre that will be there. That's sponsored by the American Paint Horse Association, other sponsors. Thank you, the Stockyards stakeholders, the Fort Worth Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, Visita Fort Worth. We're all going to be there. Show up. It's going to be a great parade. Looking forward to participating in that. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlos. Mayor Pro Tem Bivens, to you.
I only have two. The man you see with me, his name is Don Babers. Mr. Babers was a regional administrator for HUD. He was so well known and respected, President Bush dispatched him to New Orleans after Hurricane Katrina. And this man led the public housing rebuild in New Orleans. Hey, Gloria. What's about to happen with Mr. Babers, who passed on a couple of years ago, members are the leaders of the Housing Solutions, also known as Housing Authority, and I announced earlier this week that we will have a housing development known as Babers Manor. It's going to happen on Ramey, close to the AME Church, for those of you familiar with Stop 6. This is not to be confused with the building you see going on at Stall Cup in Rosedale. That's a senior housing apartment complex being built. So that's the honor for Mr. Babers. The next one. Every September 12th, this nation honors women who serve as police officers. And I wanted to recognize the newest commander for the Fort Worth Police Department, the first African-American female commander, and there she is right there, the one with the gun. That's Monica Martin. And it was very special. We honored her and introduced her at the Bridgewood Church of Christ.
159.
Not yet. Oh, did I run out of time?
No,
I
Jean.
can talk as
no.
long as Carlos. The tall guy in black is a neighborhood president. That's Pastor Michael Moore, who adores Carlos, just so you know. And the guy next to me is retired Deputy Chief Sam Hill. And so we had a great welcome for her, and I want to salute all women in police uniform today. Thank you.
Thank you, Gina. Now to Councilmember Firestone.
Okay, there we go. There we go. Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple quick announcements. I wanted to reiterate what Carlos mentioned about our get-together up at the Northwest Fort Worth Community Alliance meeting. Was really a terrific evening. Particularly, I'd like to thank Commander Carbajal for being there, Joel McElhaney to discuss park issues, also Martin Phillips with TPW, and Marion Spencer in Development Services. All gave great presentations, so I think it was valuable, and we certainly all appreciated it. Want to mention some exciting news. NASCAR is coming back to the Texas Motor Speedway September 24th through the 25th. It's actually a playoff race weekend, so both the NASCAR Xfinity and Cup Series will compete on or at the Speedway with drivers looking to advance to NASCAR's playoffs, which is a really exciting format. So the first is the Andes Frozen Custard 300 NASCAR Xfinity Series race on September 24th, and then the Auto Trader Echo Park Automotive 500, which is on September 25th. And of course, anyone could get more information at the website, which is texasmotorspeedway.com. And lastly, I wanted to mention, this is a long time in the making, but we are ready to open Alliance Park. And it'll happen on Friday, September 23rd at 10 a.m. The park is located at 3800 Litzy Road in far North Fort Worth. This project was funded by the 2014 and 2018 bonds package, Texas Parks and Wildlife grants, park dedication fees, Hillwood Alliance Services. So come out, please, to Alliance to see this grand opening. It is really a very spectacular park. People worked quite hard on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Leonard. Making sure I didn't miss anybody that had slides or wanted to say anything announcements-wise? No? Okay, we can keep going.
The next item are 222439, 222340, and 222441, which are changes to memberships on boards and commissions, and could be taken in one motion, Mayor, if you would like.
Yeah, I've got a script here. I don't want to make Ron Gonzalez upset, so I'm going to read just what he gave me. Per guidelines reflected in Fort Worth Administrative Regulation, nomination of at-large members for certain boards, commissions, and committees, Section 5.0 Procedures, request your consideration to appoint or reappoint the following individuals to the stated boards, commissions, or committees. Appointments are as follows. Mr. Gareth Harrier, alternate position, Urban Design Commission, expiring October 1st, 2023. Mr. Will Northern, alternate position, Historic and Cultural Landmarks Commission, with a term expiring October 1st, 2023. And reappointments, Mr. Joshua Lindsay and Mr. Matthias Melkors, alternate position, City of Fort Worth Planning Commission and Capital Improvements Advisory Committee for transportation impact fees, with terms expiring October 1, 2023. And Mr. Dan Hayes to position 6, Capital Improvement Plan Advisory Committee, Water, Wastewater, with the term expiring October 1, 2024. Council can receive a motion. Motion and a second. Please vote. Motion carries.
Next item is Resolution 22-2437.
Thanks, Michael. Sorry, I got lost there. Got a motion on the floor and a second, Council? Just shut up, Bob. Let me just.
It's not,
We're
on 2437.
2437. Bob, please, 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 please. We'd love for you to stay with us tonight, so just calm down. We're keep going here. Yep. 22, no, 22, 24, 30. Thank you. Motion on the second on the floor. We're going to vote. Thank you. Motion passes.
Next item is Resolution 22-2438.
Yep. So we do have a speaker on 2438. Mr. Bishop Kirkland. Is Bishop Kirkland here? No. But I have to recognize Ms. Opal Lee, who is with us tonight. 22-2438 is a resolution supporting the development of a National Juneteenth Museum to preserve and promote Fort Worth's diverse history and culture. Now, the Howard family is here there. Thank you very much for leading us forward. We're very honored that you're here in our presence tonight, Opal. Yes, absolutely. Got a motion on the floor from Councilmember Nettles. Second from Gina.
And I did want to make a comment,
Go
Mayor,
ahead,
if that's
please,
okay.
Chris.
Again, I just want to also, like the mayor, say how excited we are about moving forward with the National Juneteenth Museum. And a lot of people that are here may not know about what's getting ready to happen on Evans and Rosedale, but it's going to be a state-of-the-art museum. And today's resolution is basically the city of Fort Worth saying we support what is happening on Evans and Rosedale. And when you have a $70 million investment being invested on this historical South Side, they always ask the question, like they asked Jared, is do you have the city support? Do you have local support? And so today we are showing the nation around the world that we support the National Juneteenth Museum. So thank you, Dr. Opally, for all your work. I think it's important that we just give her a round of applause today.
Please vote. And motion carries.
Next item is Resolution 22-2436.
I have no speakers on this item. I'll turn to Councilmember Flores for a motion. Councilmember Firestone. Thank you. Got a motion and a second. Please vote. Yes, of course. Go ahead.
So a little background, I had the pleasure of serving as staff to this particular committee when I was in a previous life when I worked at the Council of Governments. And I cannot impress to the residents of Fort Worth how important the work that this particular committee does to make sure that our base, which I believe it was $1.8 billion that it pumps into our local economy every year, has the tools that they need to maintain their mission, so they keep us safe, and they are a huge economic generator to the community. And so I really personally appreciate both my colleagues, Crane and Firestone's service on this committee, because I know that it's sometimes not the most interesting, subject matter. It can be dry, but it's very important work. So thank you, and I appreciate everyone's vote on this.
Yeah. Thank you, Councilmember Beck. Got a motion and a second, Council. Any other discussion? Please vote. Motion carries.
Next item is Resolution 22-2443.
First speaker on this item is Bob Willoughby, followed by George Childs.
Okay, this one, it is related what I want to say, even though you may use samples to make your point. You want to make a point, sometimes you want to use a comparison. A lot of times when I want to make a comparison, they say I'm off track. So try to bear with me here. The problem I have with this one here, modified, is that they don't put this on the city news, city times, before they put it on the agenda, so that we can have some input as citizens before they put it on the agenda. Because some things would not have to go on the agenda if they did that. When the mayor asked for a $70,000 raise, if they would have done that to the city news, she had been known not to put it on the agenda and save time. That's what, whether this is good, bad, I don't know. But I know one thing. If it does not include putting back our public presentation on this agenda that they took from us, they took our right away to speak. We don't have 3 minutes to speak down here no more. All the other cities do, but Fort Worth, no. Why did they take that from us? They stole from us. That's ours. Put it back. Until you put that back on this agenda, this stuff means nothing to me. Because that's the most worst thing you could have done, was to take the people's right away to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Our next speaker is George Childs.
My name is George Vernon Childs, and my residence is in Fort Worth. Because of my interest in the medicine shows put on by the frackers and the proponents of the Trinity illusion, I used to watch what were then termed pre-council sessions. Along with these were, of course, presentations on behalf of other business interests, saying to the effect that if enough taxpayer money was spent on them, it would cause the greatest advance in urban civilization since the advent of gas, street lights, and cobblestones. As I listened, my reaction took the very real form to me of hearing in my mind the sound of ice being put in glasses in hospitality suites that average people would never see the inside of, except for the few that would work there. And I would think how nice it would be if someone would show the other side of these very slick productions that are part of a world where a $10,000 campaign donation for food and beverages is just a routine business investment. And for a far too brief while, someone did, in a manner as well-researched, logically phrased, and courteously expressed as I can imagine. That ended forever last Wednesday. What is at issue tonight is plainly an attempt to ensure that this particular form of the exercise of the First Amendment is patently impossible henceforth. It could not be more clear that this proposal is a defensive measure if it consisted of concertina wire, trip flares, and claymore mines instead of words on paper. Sleep well, Fort Worth. You can trust City Council to be careful stewards of your money, or at least trust it to be careful to suppress mention of any indication to the contrary.
Our next speaker is Bishop Kirkland, followed by Lon Burnham.
Madam Mayor, City Council, this issue bothers me, Madam Mayor, that you people are not an entity within yourselves. You represent your constituencies of your districts. To not hear from them, and not only not to hear from them, last week I noticed when I was here how, and regardless of what you may feel about Bob Willoughby, what you may feel about, his name escapes me, they come here week after week. It's their right. It's their right. And you as trustees have a responsibility to sit there and listen to the people that you say you represent. I noticed last week, Madam Mayor, you were attentive. I guess the city attorney was going over legal notes. I noticed that Councilman Nettles and Councilman Williams were attentive, but I noticed the lack of apathy for what they were saying, right, wrong, or indifferent. To change the format of this meeting it's ridiculous. I think we need to rethink this because you need to listen to the people that you say that you represent. Now, I'm not certain if you'll always like it because I'm not here to win any popularity contest. I only have 5 friends in my life, and the 4th one passed away last May, and I'm down to 1 friend. I'm not here to make friends. I know there's some things that I say here, they're hard things, but I guarantee you there's some things that make you think one way or another about me when I leave. I want to see our city progress. I want you to remember that you're representatives of your constituency and they have a right to be heard, right, wrong, or indifferent. So I'm begging this council, I am pleading with this council to please reconsider listening to the citizens of the city that you represent as its trustees, to voice their opinion, again, right, wrong, or indifferent. I'm begging you again, our representative, Ms. Bivens, please lead this spearhead in changing this outrageous new policy where you don't want to listen to the people who you say you represent on an equal level form. Please reconsider this motion. I beg of you. Thank you very much for listening, Council and Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Bishop Kirkland. Our next speaker is Lon Burnham.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Lon Burnham, and for the record, I live at 2103 6th Avenue and have for almost 40-odd plus years now. I have more than one friend, but I lost one last week. Those that you have heard me speak before, you know that I really don't like to come to City Hall, and I really particularly dislike coming down into this pit. But because of the recent untimely death of Thomas Torlancasi,
a neighbor and a friend, lived on 6th Avenue with me. I'm speaking on this item in his honor. While I really appreciated Thomas for his efforts and his commitment, I assure you he irritated me more often than he irritated any of you. But they were private conversations, and that's part of what makes the difference. And I'm assuring all of you, we're going to have some more private conversations after I finish what I have to say about this agenda item. I'm here to speak on citizen participation. I have 9 hours graduate level in the topic, and I had to be quiet for the 2 years I worked for the city in the city manager's office, but I don't have to be quiet anymore. I'm not trying to make any money. I'm not trying to make any friends. I'm really angry and disappointed with this new city council. Sometimes you put false hope in young adults, and I feel like my hope was false because we have seen a degradation of citizen participation that is connected to the convenience of the council members and not to the convenience of the citizens of Fort Worth. I've been fighting this battle since I told the Dean of Women at Western Hills High School over 50 years ago. This school isn't about you. This school is about the kids and the services we need. We are not getting adequate services when it comes to public participation. We are not getting adequate services. I got an email from your police reform group, and I thought, why the hell should I bother to take the time to answer it? Because there has been so much done but not done in the citizen participation process and in the efforts to create change, a fundamentally flawed police enforcement agency. It is fundamentally flawed when they take up harassing people for participating. It is fundamentally flawed in so many ways that you should spend a lot more time getting to the heart of what people like Thomas Torlankasi was talking about than objecting to the messenger and the way they delivered their message. Let me tell you, I'm disappointed in every one of the new ones that were elected. Well, maybe not you, Michael, because I had no expectation. I'm disappointed in the rest of you in the last 15 months and what you have done to citizen participation.
That's the last of our speakers on this item, Council. I'm going to have our City Attorney, Leanne Guzman, provide a bit of clarification I think is really helpful in this context. Thank you. Sorry, she's stuck. Now try.
There we go. Okay. So just to give an overview of what these changes will accomplish, any speaker can sign up to speak on as many items on the consent agenda as they choose, and the person will have 3 minutes to speak on all of those items at the beginning of the consent agenda. A person can also sign up to speak on as many non-consent items as they choose and will be allowed 3 minutes at the beginning of the non-consent agenda to speak on all of the items for which they have signed up. The exception to that is public hearings and zoning hearings. The person will be able to sign up for all zoning hearings and all public hearings that they choose and have 3 minutes each for those. And then the chair, the mayor or mayor pro tem, whoever's running the meeting, at their discretion or at the request of a city council member or at the request of the city manager, will be able to allow any item at all on the agenda to be separated out to have public comment of 3 minutes each, or the mayor has the discretion, always has, and will continue to have under this, the discretion to raise or lower that time limit for any item that is so designated. And we took a look at the other big cities in Texas, Austin, Dallas, Houston, and San Antonio, and these rules are more generous than their current rules.
Thank you, Leanne. And another important note that probably wasn't clarified to council members, we're not going to waive the rules to vote on this tonight, which would be required in this resolution. So allowing the public to speak, we won't take a vote to waive, which means we won't vote on this item. It has to continue to the next week. Am I correct on that, Leanne? Does that make sense to council? So just making sure that we'll have this item back again on the 27th, September 27th council meeting. I think our next speaker is going to be Councilmember Nettles. Go ahead, Chris.
Thank you. So I wasn't aware that we wasn't voting tonight, but thank you for that. And so I have a couple of comments, and I want to take my time to give those comments. And I'm gonna bite my tongue on a few of them first. But Bob, tonight, you were right taking away the citizen presentation, speaking, is harmful. George, Bishop, thank you. Lon, thank you. And I will say this, I have been very vocal about making sure that our citizens of Fort Worth have their rights. And so when you ask why you don't know about information that's coming up, you have to be in tune and watch the work session. The work session is where the rubber meets the road. And if you had watched the work session, you would know this was coming up. If you watch the work session, you will hear me speak against taking away citizen presentation and right to speak. So it's a little disheartening that you're a little upset that we're not voicing our opinions, but we are. And I have been very vocal. I did not agree with taking citizen presentations from every month, for every week, and doing it on the 1st and the 3rd. I was vocal about that. I didn't have the votes. I was one man against the other councils. I was vocal about this presentation, about limiting, it is limiting you guys to speak. If you want to speak on every MNC, I ran a campaign to make sure that your voice is heard. You can barely speak on one MNC for 3 minutes and get your point across. I have stood at that altar. I stood at that podium. I've been escorted out of this chambers by the marshals. I understand. My campaign signs have always said for the people, and that's what I will stand on. And so I want you to know that I don't agree with taking your rights away. I don't agree with this resolution. I said it in work session. We tried to get to a medium, and it's not working. And so I want you to know that, Lon, and I want you guys to watch the work session and know where we stand. It is my effort that you get to speak as much as you want to speak. Now, we have some that abuses these rights, and that's the problem. And because we have that problem, we have over 800,000 of people in the city of Fort Worth that will be 1 million in the next few years that has to adapt to a rule. And I think it's unfair. And I want to say that we all ran a campaign to hear the people, and the fact that we're not hearing the people and taking away and chipping away at their rights. If we keep at this totem pole, you guys won't be able to speak at all. And I know these rights are generous. I know we are generous in Fort Worth than Austin and Dallas, because their limitations are much limited than here. But here's the thing. We can't change our culture in Fort Worth. If we gave you the right beginning, we ought to keep giving you the right. They're not going to get rid of the stockyards. They're not going to get rid of this Longhorn. We're not going to change those cultures, so we shouldn't change the culture taking your right to speak away. And those are my comments today.
Thank you, Chris. Council, any other discussion on this item? No? Sounds like we can move forward from and on to the next resolution.
Next resolution is Resolution 22-2444.
Got a motion on the floor? Motion and a second. Thank you. Any other discussion, council? Please vote. Motion carries.
Next item is Resolution 22-2445.
Thanks. Mike.
Actually,
sorry. Public hearing?
Oh.
No?
No, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. Got a motion from Councilmember Crane. Who was a second? I'm sorry. Second. Thank you. Any other discussion, council? Please vote. Motion carries.
Next item is public hearing, MMC 22-0700.
I think we're calling Keith Morris down. Is that correct? Hi, Keith.
Mayor, Council, thank you. My name is Keith Moore, Assistant Director for the Fort Worth Police Department. I'm here to review the fiscal year 2023 budget that was adopted by the Board of Crime Control and Prevention District, or CCPD. An initial funding application was approved by the City Council on August 9th and was subsequently submitted to the CCPD Board on August 23rd. Funded primarily by the half-cent sales tax, the revenue provides resources to implement crime reduction strategies and community partnerships. Thank you. The fiscal year 2023 CCPD operating budget is $117.7 million. Of that, 34% is for equipment, technology, and infrastructure. 24% is for enhanced response. 22% is for the Neighborhood Crime Prevention Initiative, and 10% for the recruitment and training, with Partners of the Shared Mission representing 9% of the overall budget. In comparison to the FY 2022 budget, the FY 23 budget operating budget includes 23.98% increase, or $22.76 million overall, made possible by an increase in sales tax revenue. A large portion of the increase is included in equipment, technology, and infrastructure, enhanced response, and neighborhood crime prevention initiative. Compared to the original submitted funding application, there were two changes that were approved by the CCPD board on August 23rd. The board adopted a budget that includes $315,158 to increase appropriations in the Neighborhood Crime Prevention Initiative to fund a new deputy chief and administrative technician who will oversee our community partnerships. The other change consists of shifting $415,276 in appropriations to Enhanced Response Initiative to account for additional police officer event-related overtime. This change corrects the Partners of the Shared Mission Initiative budget to reflect a commitment to reserve 10% of sales tax revenue for community-based services. The highlights in the budget include funding to graduate recruit classes 153 and 154, along with lateral entry officer classes for classes 7 and 8. Along with the increased funding in Partners of the Shared Mission Initiative, the budget includes funding for police officers and the neighborhood patrol officer, crisis intervention, and HOPE teams, a communications director in the community information program, and a victim assistance specialist in the victim assistance program. Other highlights include funding for improved officer safety technology, expansion of the school crossing guard program, and an additional late night program, in addition to a backup generator at Bob Boland Safety Complex. The CCPD budget also includes a 5-year capital improvement plan totaling $88.9 million. In FY23, we plan to spend $23.8 million for vehicles, technology, and equipment. The next steps today are to complete the public hearing process and act on the M&C and the FY 2023 budget as approved by the board.
Thank you, Keith. Any questions for Keith? Council? No? Then I need a motion to close the public hearing and act on the M&C. Carlos, are you up?
Yes. Move to close the public hearing and approve MNC 22-0700.
Thank you. I'm sorry, we have speakers. You're right. So we have a motion on the floor, but I'll turn to speakers. Thanks, David. Our first speaker is Torchy White, followed by Cindy Bowling.
Good evening. My name is Torchy White, and I am an East Side resident of District 5. I live in historic Carver Heights. I am here to make a public safety plea. Urgent separate police funding is requested to eliminate the organized crime of illegal fireworks and violent street racing. We are suggesting the use of CCPD strategic operation funds. Recently, we on the East Side have become aware of violent, deadly street racing and from social media postings. Illegal fireworks are especially used on holidays when fireworks are already a huge problem. These are not the fireworks of our youth. These are industrial strength. They pose a terroristic threat of destruction from fire to our homes and lawns at night where our children sleep. Funds are needed for special overtime details, especially the weeks of July 4th, Juneteenth, and New Year's. Problematic communities need cameras. The consequences of these behaviors need to be publicized and warned against. Fort Worth is too large to only have one area to display fireworks. An added city-sponsored firework display may be helpful. The police currently cannot handle fireworks and street racing simultaneously. If Dallas can conquer the street racing problem, Fort Worth's finest most certainly can. Please give them the funding needed. What is involved in street racing? First-degree felonies, illegal fireworks and explosions, weapons, drugs, alcohol, mass property destruction, interlopers from other states, and stolen cars on sale on site. There are even camera crews that follow these events for postings. If you are not aware of the intent of the dangers, we implore you to please contact Commander Martin and her East Side team to be educated about these facts. When there are 800 plus participants on any given weekend, the police are outnumbered. This criminal activity cannot be ignored. The CCPD board was created to control just this type of behavior.
Thank you, Torchy. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Cindy Bowling, followed by Malik Austin.
Thank you. My name is Cindy Bowling, and I live in District 5, and that's Meadowbrook Central. Torchy clearly articulated the problems and concerns that demand the need to budget for dedicated funds to focus on these dangerous street gangs, and I adopt her statements in my urging for an increase in the allocated funds from the CCPD budget. Several days after I attended the D5 budget presentation and had the opportunity to ask questions and give input, I also saw the compilation of videos and learned that our police department does not have funds to create a team to fight this very serious, ongoing criminal activity. The videos posted were filmed in the areas of Miller, Long Avenue, John T. White Cooks Lane, and Rockwood Park. After studying the CCPD proposed funding, I urge that the Strategic Operations Fund be increased. I'd like it doubled, so a team can be formed to focus on this very dangerous, illegal activity blatantly taking place in Fort Worth at the whim of these gangs. I urge the involvement of Crime Stoppers. They would gladly turn each other in for money. So to Mayor, Council, Mr. Cook, if you want more information, and I urge you to get more information, see what I saw, please contact Monica Martin, our East Side Commander. It made me so angry. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. Our next speaker is Malik Austin.
Good evening to the mayor and the council. My concerns is how y'all utilizing my tax dollars with this CCPD funding with programs that I've never seen. I have a team, strong team, to hit the ground, intervention team that can go in, subdue about 1,000 people. No violence, no nothing. But if you're gonna use my tax dollars, use things that are productive, equitable. I can't even get a new rec center $87,949,649,000. Mr. Cook, 70 million for this museum, 43,000 for square feet per acre. It comes out to about 12 acres out there in Highland Hills. Our parents work hard, and that money belongs to us. If you're gonna jack my taxes, jack for my taxes for something that's equitable. So reroute some of that money and put it to where it needs to be. We have too much disparity in these neighborhoods. That's the problem. These children have nothing to do. If you're gonna roll into a teen violence program, make it equitable. Put the right people in the right places. Just don't write blank checks so you can go buy new cars and new houses. We know what's going on. So that's not gonna be a no-go. As we in the ninth hour, as y'all sit in these luxurious seats, the movement is already getting, the dial is already ticking. We watch it. Do your job. Do the right thing. I come from a family that has a city councilman. I know what's going on. If you're gonna use the money equitably. $6 million for a generator and you can't fix you can't replace that 32-year-old structure that has sinkholes in it. I have a problem with that. From the time the Barnett Shell lease was signed off on that property, that 12 acres that's just stopped producing last year, 2021, and one of them was 2017. Why isn't that money being funneled in that community for those hard-working people of African descent? So you can do what you want to do. But on this one, I'm gonna stand strong on this because I go in my neighborhood, do my civic duty to make sure that each and every citizen in Fort Worth that look like us, that we have problematics. I've saved a child from being kidnapped in Mayor. I saved Como on July 3rd. I went in and done all kinds of things without any funding, ma'am. So Mayor Pro Tem, take a look at it. Look at your real soldiers out here. And I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Austin. Councilmember Bivens?
I have a couple of comments and a question. I was moved by Malik's remarks the last time he was here and wanted to make sure he was able to get with our parks representatives because I don't know the situation at Highland Hills. But if anybody from Parks is here, I hope you'll get with that gentleman. The question I have directly is to Tarchi and Cindy. These are two neighborhood leaders who know their homework. They've been neighborhood leaders for years. Is it my understanding you guys met with officers to talk about what I call this special squad? If it was public, I mean, it's public. You can just nod yes or no. Okay. What they're talking about, Mayor, is, for lack of a better term, a hot shot squad, so that when the street racing appears or the fireworks come up, then there's a team that's dispatched, to this area. I don't know what kind of funding that would be. Chief, have you had any talks or have you heard anything about this? Can you shed some light? Because we are at the 11th hour.
Mayor and Council, thank you for inviting me to speak on this topic because this is a very important topic. It's one that is affecting many parts of Fort Worth, many parts of the country. And I want to thank Ms. Torchy White, Ms. Cindy Bowling. They are always spot on when it comes to issues in their community because they're involved in their community. One thing we've done, we have reached out to a similar group that was put together in Dallas County to deal with the racing that was occurring in Dallas County, to find out what they did, how they were able to put it together, about different avenues of prosecution and deterrence and intervention, using social media, using technology, ways to prevent the events from ever happening in the first place. There have been plenty of videos online that show, even in Fort Worth, Texas, when an officer shows up to these events, people jump on the car, throw bottles at the cars while they're filming, coming after my officers, and that is totally unacceptable. So please know we are taking this seriously. I was in Austin last week with the Texas Police Chiefs Association Legislative Committee. They asked about issues that we wanted to discuss in this upcoming session, and that was one of the issues I brought up. If we are given more authority as far as prosecution, different things we can use to seize vehicles, to take enforcement action, not just with the racers, but the participants. I think we can do even more to address this. Please know we are taking it seriously, and we're working to get the best kind of group together we can to deal with this situation.
Do you have flexibility to address their concerns and act on them right now in terms of the budget as you see it? Do you have flexibility?
We have flexibility. We don't have the funds to create a new team,
Mhm.
but what we have with those special operations funds for our
Okay.
SOF details, we have a lot of discretion in how they were used. And as Ms. White talked about first with the fireworks situation, we use those SOF funds to respond to issues on the 4th of July especially, but also on New Year's Eve. We can also use some of those funds to respond to these street raceovers and takeover groups. But in addition, we're using assets we already have in place, like our directed response unit, our neighborhood police officers, our beat officers. We're using people who are already out there at that time of night, whether it's during the middle of the week or on the weekend, to respond as well.
Well, I look forward to visiting with you, and we'll set up a meeting with my office and other neighborhood leaders, because the street racing, I heard the revving of motors the other night, and it's quite unsettling.
It is.
So thank you for being here. Mayor, that's the only question I have. Did anybody from Parks talk to Mr. Austin? Okay, I see you, Richard. Okay.
Thanks, Richard.
That's all I had.
Wonderful.
Archie and Cindy, thanks for coming.
Mayor?
Thank you. Go ahead, Councilmember Flores.
I'd like to add a couple of things. Torchy, you and I served on the CCPD board when it was appointed citizens. You ran that, so you and I share a lot of history, and I know you're concerned for crime-related issues. Thank you for speaking here. And as far as the other things that came up, I'll talk about two things that came up that pertain to my district. Rockwood Park. We're very well aware of that issue. Since that time, we've already approved funds and built concrete islands there to curb that activity that you referenced. So, that has been addressed to a large degree. On Long Avenue, TPW staff and I have been talking already for a number of years on short-term and long-term strategies to do it. Just to piggyback a little bit on what Chief Noakes said, yes, they do have options, divisional options. Council had a presentation of what each division, depending on the number of calls they get, because they vary, could do, right? I'm not going to go into a lot of details on that, but even SRT teams can be deployed, in addition to, assignments, special assignments for the MPOs to take care of that. But it is a problem. It's an ongoing problem. PD is trying to address it, but we also have the ordinance, a new ordinance, it's not so new anymore, but approved back in April of 2021. That does say that not only street racers, are, subject to, violations and citations, but spectators as well. So that ordinance has been toughened, and it's already produced a number of arrests. But these pop-up events make it very difficult, for police to get there at that time. But, we hear and understand your concerns.
Thank you, Carlos. Councilmember Nettles, followed by Councilmember Beck.
Thank you, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for the help with the
Highland Hills.
Highland Hills. But I will say that we have done work. The mayor and I did a drive around in Highland Hills, so we have already started that work. The other thing I will also say, every program that are out there that helps bring down violence, we need you a part of the city of Fort Worth. And so we want to work with you, Mr. Austin, to get your group to apply for the funding so that you can get the CCPD funding, because we can't rely on one group or two groups. We need multiple groups. And so one of the things I have done as we talk about the CCPD funding, and Chief knows this, that I've been an advocate of getting more engaged people involved in the process. And I think we have to do a better job in letting people know how they can apply for the funds, as well as making it more streamlined. Because one of the things that I have issue with, that you have to go through all this process to be turned down and not receive the funds. And so even when we talked about the United Way and the gun violence and all those things that we're trying to come up with these new and bright ideas, however, we're going to get to the point. We need to make sure that people that look like Mr. Austin, people that look like me, that are actually doing the work on the ground, gets the funding, be able to do what they do. And so today I am supporting the CCPD funding because I have worked and argued and fussed and fought in public, at work sessions, behind closed doors. And this is not the perfect budget, but we're working to get it better. And I can guarantee you it's better than before I got here. Beck and Jared, and actually all the council has been making sure that we ask those hard questions to the chief. And sometimes it come across that I'm against the police. I'm against funding the police. I want all this crazy rhetoric. No, I'm about challenging the system. I want to make sure we're not checking the box saying we're doing something that we're not doing. And that's why I believe the people put me in this seat, and I'm going to do it as long as I'm here. And so I want to give you my commitment publicly that if I can assist you or support you to make sure that you and your group can be a part of the process, I will do that. And so I'm supporting the CCPD budget today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Nettles. Councilwoman Beck?
I appreciate Councilman Nettles' words. I think that you put it really well, that we have all worked collectively to really help guide this budget. And we didn't do that in a vacuum by ourselves. We did that with the chief and his command staff. And I can say that, wow, is it the perfect budget for me? No, I don't think it's a perfect budget for anybody, but we have to balance the interest of 9 different districts and our concerns and what's unique. And I think you heard some of those tonight. And I know in my district, the district I have the privilege of representing, we see a lot of calls for homelessness assistance, and whether that be encampment cleanups or services. And this particular CCPD budget, and I want to highlight a couple of things, if I can get my phone to unlock. There we go. We're adding 6 new HOPE officers as part of this budget, and that's huge. That means the response time to get out there and make contact with homeless individuals and give them the help they need, and prevent them from camping in our neighborhoods, but providing those services increases. We're increasing our crisis intervention team by 3 officers, which means that if you are in mental health crisis here in the city of Fort Worth, we're able to get to you and get you the resources and the help you need by officers that are trained specifically in managing mental health crisis. We put $10.2 million towards our community partnerships, which is a very significant chunk of money. And something that we've done differently this year that I really want to commend Mayor Pro Tem Bivens and Councilman Nettles on spearheading was that PD went out and really made an effort to try to engage groups that typically had not applied for funding, or maybe had a really great idea, but maybe administratively didn't know how to navigate that process. And so I believe, do we have one coming up? Keith, do we have one of those sessions coming up for the folks? Yes. Come on down. If you could just let the public know so that everybody here, and particularly Mr. Austin and those listening, know about this particular opportunity.
Yes, thank you. We're partnering with a professional grant training agency to provide training to agencies that want to submit applications to CCPD. And so those trainings are available right now, starting actually this week, and over the next 5 weeks, we'll have 3 more sessions that are available. And they can contact us at psm@fortworthtexas.gov to get more information, or you can find that information on the Fort Worth Police website under CCPD.
And do you have a phone number by chance, or is it email in?
817-392-4243.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And so I appreciate the work that PD's done to be responsive to each of us when we talk about how this particular funding can best benefit the city and the unique needs of each resident or each district. So thank you, and I will be supporting this as well.
Thanks, Elizabeth. Councilmember Flores, did you have anything else? You're good? Okay. I think that's the last of council comments, correct? Okay, then we can get a motion to close the public hearing and act on the MNC Council. I guess we already had one. I messed up earlier, correct? So Michael, I think, made the motion, correct? That was way back. Mr. Flores, second. Councilmember Crane. Gina, perfect. Got a motion on the floor and a second. Please vote. Motion carries.
Mayor, before we move to the next public hearing, we have one item that is related to the CCPD budget that we would like to take next, and that is MMC 22-0711.
That works for me, and I do not believe we have any speakers on this item, council. Can I get a motion? A motion and a second. Thank you. Please vote. Motion carries.
Next item is the public hearing 22-2442.
Our first speaker on this item, no, we have a public
Actually,
hearing
we
first.
have
Sorry, come on,
City
Casey.
Staff Casey.
Yeah. Apologies, Casey.
Good
We're
evening.
matching, Casey.
I know.
We are.
Well, if you're going to talk budget, you should probably wear green.
That's right. I like it. Okay, go ahead.
Well, thank y'all for having me this evening. My name is Casey Lamas. I'm the Assistant Director for Planning and Data Analytics, and I'm pleased to be here today to go over the City Manager's proposed budget for fiscal year 2023. Just a reminder before we get started that the public hearing is a requirement according to both local government code and to our city charter. All right. And then how are we flipping through? Nope, it just wants to make me brush. There we go. All right, so we will get right down to numbers. The total operating budget for the recommended fiscal year 2023 is $2,324,632,662. Of that, the general fund is the largest fund at almost 40% with $915,340,881 recommended. The next largest fund type is the enterprise funds, the largest of which is the water and sewer fund. The total for that fund type is $668,076,670, or 28.7%. The next largest portion of our total operating budget is special revenue funds, and that includes the Crime Control and Prevention District as well as the Environmental Protection Fund. The total recommended is $228,811,16, or 9.8%. The remaining roughly $511 million is split between internal service, debt service, and fiduciary fund types, and that makes up the last of the 22% of our budget. This view is comparing the fiscal year 22 adopted budget to the fiscal year 23 recommended budget. You can see that the overall change is roughly $249 million, or 12%. Our budget was built on 5 strategic priorities, the first of which is a safe and clean community. We have earmarked dollars specifically for police programs such as increased patrol, neighborhood patrol, and HOPE and CIT teams. We're also expanding crossing guard programs to the middle schools. We're adding a second fire engine company in North Fort Worth, and we're planning to increase street sweeping, litter abatement, and homeless camp cleanup. Our second priority is infrastructure stewardship. Within that, we are increasing the allocation for dedicated cash funding. What that means in layman's terms is we're moving $0.50 more to our PAYGO program. We're also improving our streetlight maintenance and pavement marking response times. And then we're continuing our cast iron pipeline replacement program. Our third priority is supporting growth. We are dedicating funds to increase staffing for development services to facilitate the increase in population and development that is necessary to support that. We're also opening facilities and expanding services in those developing areas, a lot of which is specifically in support of 2018 bond programs. And then we are also extending the capital infrastructure investment. Our fourth strategic priority is workforce recruitment and retention. This budget does include funds in accordance with the meet and confer and collective bargaining agreement for our public safety employees, as well as a pay-for-performance program for general government. We're also implementing a few different programs administered through HR so that we're ensuring that we are attracting high-caliber talent and we're retaining those folks that we do have. The last strategic priority for this fiscal year 23 budget was to reduce the tax rate. The recommended tax rate for fiscal year 23 is 71.25, which is a 2-cent reduction from fiscal year 22 adopted. The tax rate is split into two portions, the debt portion and the O&M, or operations and maintenance portion. The debt portion of the property tax rate is recommended to stay flat over fiscal year 22. The 2-cent reduction is entirely in the O&M portion. Additionally, the City of Fort Worth has prioritized cash-funded capital maintenance of our infrastructure. And what we are doing within that 56.5 cents of O&M is we are specifically earmarking 7 cents to go to those programs, meaning that the remaining 49.5 cents of the property tax rate goes directly to the general fund to support operations and maintenance. In addition to the operating budget, the city also puts forward a 5-year capital improvement package. For fiscal year 23, we are looking at $511 million over 6 chapters or functional areas in infrastructure investment. For the total of the 5 years from fiscal year 2023 to fiscal year 2027, the city is proposing spending almost $2.8 billion in capital infrastructure investment. After the public hearing this evening concludes, the next step will be to bring a ordinance for the operating and capital budget as well as the tax rate to City Council. That will happen at the next regularly scheduled meeting on September 27th. Thank you for your time and attention this evening.
Thank you, Casey. Any questions for Casey this evening, council? Obviously, we're not voting on anything tonight. It'll be on the 27th.
Correct.
Thank you. Our first speaker on this item is Phyllis Grissom, followed by Mark Kirkland or Bishop Kirkland.
Good evening, Council. My name is Phyllis Grissom. I'm Vice Chairman of the Library Advisory Board, representing District 7, Councilman Leonard Firestone. I'm here tonight to thank you and to thank the City Manager for your ongoing support of the Fort Worth Public Library, and also bring you greetings from Chris Holbert, our Library Advisory Board Chair. The Library Advisory Board has unanimously voted to support the City Manager's recommended budget. That includes a key increase for the library. In fiscal year 2021, there were over 1 million digital downloads for the first time. And this is an honor that the Fort Worth Public Library shares with only the largest city in the country. This year, not only will they exceed that, but checkouts of physical items like books continues to rise. In June alone, 340,000 items were checked out. The last time the library was given an increase to the book budget was 7 years ago. So this $771,000 increase is very much needed. Almost 100,000 people visit the Fort Worth Public Library locations every month, and that's in addition to the staff visits that they make to schools and other institutions and all our various virtual programs. I'd like to personally recommend the Facebook Book Club and Tuesday night trivia. Challenge accepted. I am a champ. The library is a critical part of ensuring that we reach our goals to be a safe, clean, and well-educated city. So thank you for your support of all our learners, dreamers, and doers.
Thank you, Phyllis. Our next speaker is Bishop Kirkland, followed by Bob Willoughby.
159.
Oh, just a
Fort
second,
Worth,
Bishop.
9 slash.
Got a little technical issue.
I speak too long last time.
Now try again. Sorry about that.
Right, fine. Real quick, I had a chance to speak with Fernando and our chief about this new budget. One of the concerns, Councilwoman Beck, you answered that for me with the 3 additional mental crisis response officers. Many of you know that we've had debts because we didn't have those people on call at critical times of the night. So that really makes me happy to see that part. One of the things, I'm happy about the budget, and I'm glad to see this money for given to the police department. Our chief was given a sinking ship, and it takes more time to turn a ship than it does a boat. And I think this money is gonna go a long way with giving him some of the revenue that he needs to turn this city around. The one thing that people from my village will agree on, and that is the only thing we desire is to be served and not policed. So we want to make certain that that happens with all of this new money. I got to tell you, I agree with Malik Austin from the perspective. If we could find $117.7 million for well-needed CCPD funding, that we ought to be able to build a damn gym. I'm with Mr. Austin on that. We had the Coleman report. I served on the Race and Culture Committee. Now we have this new independent report. All these reports are telling us what's already wrong with our city. We don't need any more reports. We just need the ship to turn. I'm committed to giving the chief with this new budget and the police department an opportunity to turn the ship because the ship is sinking. I don't expect it to happen with money overnight, but what I do expect is to see some marginal gains by this time next year. I don't want to see another report. I don't want to see another independent study. I want to see what all of this money produced in terms of marginal gains. And Ms. Oprah, I got here late. I'm in it to speak for you tonight. And I hope like hell the VIP passed, because if it didn't, then council.
But where do you sleep at night?
Where do I sleep? In a tree.
In a tree?
Uh-huh. I have a tree I sleep in.
Okay.
How's that?
So how's your question?
Well, I'm going to ask it tonight, okay? I want you to take the question tonight during the thing. It's in
Sure.
private, okay?
Sure.
All right, that's all I want to know. Thank
Okay.
you. She didn't take a question. We like to talk about wasted money sometimes, okay? So that would be nice. That's what we discussed at the budget meetings, wasted money. They wouldn't talk about wasted money. It comes out of our budget. We should talk about everything. All the meetings I've been to for 5 years, they're already pre-designed.
That's the last of our speakers on this item, council. Before we continue, and council may have some reaction to that, I just wanted to recognize, I know Greg Jackson is here with Sister Cities. Greg, thank you for being here and appreciate all your work to get Sister Cities in this budget. Much appreciated. And hi, May, and everybody else, thank you very much. There may be other people in the audience that are patiently waiting for us to finally vote on this next week. Council, any other comments related to this item? If not, I think we can take action just to close this public hearing. Thank you, Chris. Motion a second down here. Please vote. Jared did. Thank you. Motion carries.
Next item is public hearing MMC 22-0681.
Councilmember Flores, I'll turn to you for,
Oh,
we have, sorry.
we have a report
Michael
from
Henning.
Michael Henning.
Apologies, Michael. I wasn't reading far enough down. Nice to see you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Michael Hennig. I'm here tonight representing the Economic Development Department. The purpose of this hearing is to receive public comment regarding the amendment of the project and financing plan for tax increment reinvestment zone number 9, commonly referred to as the Trinity River Vision TIF, and for a 10-year extension of its term. The changes to the plan are attached to MNC 22-0681. On August 3rd, 2022, the TIF 9 Board of Directors voted to amend the project and financing plan to reflect a 10-year extension to the term, to permit debt service associated with the Central City Flood Control Project as an eligible expense, to update financial projections, and to make other non-material changes to the project and financing plan. In accordance with state law, notice of this hearing has been published in the Fort Worth Star-Telegram at least 7 days prior to today's date. Following any public comments this evening, staff recommends closing the public hearing and adopting MNC 22-0681 and the attached ordinance, thereby amending the project and financing plan for tax increment reinvestment zone number 9 and amending the date of termination.
Thank you, Michael. Any questions for Michael? No? Very well. Carlos Flores.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Move to close the public hearing and approve MNC 22-0681, extending TIF 9.
Thank you. We've got a motion on the floor. Can I get a second, council? And Elizabeth, do you have any other comments? No? Okay. Got a motion and a second. Please vote. Motion carries.
The next items, MMC 22-0670 through MMC 22-0680, can be taken as one motion, following the staff report by Crystal Hinojosa.
Good evening, Mayor Parker and members of City Council. My name is Crystal Hinojosa, and I also represent Economic Development Department. The purpose of this benefit hearing is to receive comments from the public regarding the city's public improvement districts, recommended budgets, and assessments to be levied, approve the recommended budgets, and authorize execution of management agreements for each PID. The recommended budgets for each PID are included in your packet. Both the advertisement and the notification letters were completed in compliance with the requirements of Texas Local Government Code, Chapter 372. The recommended assessment rate for PID 1 downtown is 13 cents per $100 of property value. The cost of the improvements and services are $3,384,475. The recommended assessment rate for PID 6 Park Glen is 15.5 cents for residential per $100 of value, and 3.5 cents for commercial property per $100 of property value. The total cost of improvements and services are $2,140,475. The recommended rate for PID 7 Heritage is 15 cents for residential per $100 of value, and 11 cents for commercial per $100 of value. The total cost of improvements and services are $2,335,338. The recommended assessment rate for PID 11 Stockyards is 12 cents per $100 of property value. The total cost of improvements and services are $369,511. The recommended rate for PID 12 Chapel Hill is 18 cents per $100 of value, and the total cost of improvements are $196,349. The recommended rate for PID 14 Trinity Bluff is 10 cents per $100 of value, and the total cost of improvements and services is $94,270. The recommended assessment for PID 15 Sun Valley is 24 cents per $100 of value, and the total cost of improvements are $153,770. The recommended assessment rate for 19 Historic Camp Bowie is 10 cents per $100 of property value, and the cost of improvements and services are $551,314. The recommended assessment rate for PID 20 East Lancaster Avenue is 0.266 cents per $100 of property value, and the cost of improvements and services is $291,898. And the recommended assessment rate for PID 21 Las Vegas Trail is 10 cents per $100 of property value. Total cost for improvements and services are $387,066. The recommended rate for PID 18 Tourism is from the owners and operators of tourism PID hotels with 100 or more rooms, paying a special assessment at a rate of 2% of revenues received from the hotel room occupancy. The total cost of the improvements and services are $5,455,000. Following receipt of public comments, staff recommends closing the public hearing and approving MNCs 22-0670 through 22-0680, which adopt ordinances approving the final plans of service, budgets, assessment rolls, special assessments, and provide the city secretary to file the same in real property records. Also to approve the management agreements and adopt appropriation ordinances. Thank you.
Thank you, Crystal. Council, any questions for Crystal? I'll turn to Councilmember Flores.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to close the public hearing and approve MNCs 22-0670 through 22-0680. As previously said, adopting ordinance, approving the final plans of service budgets, assessment rolls, and special assignments, and providing that the city secretary file the same in the real property records. Approving the management agreements and adopting the appropriation ordinances.
Thank you, Carlos. On a motion, thank you, Michael. Motion and a second. Any other discussion, council? Please vote. Motion carries.
Next items are the zoning items. The first one is ZC-22-046.
Thank you. Our first speaker is Jordan Snyder, followed by Justin Klink.
I had a slide deck, if we could get that up. I'll click forward. Good evening, Mayor Parker, Mayor Pro Tem Bivens, City Council, City of Fort Worth staff, and everyone in attendance. My name is Jordan Snyder, 2501 North Harwood Street, Suite 1520, Dallas, Texas 75201. I'm a development manager with Gardner Capital. Tonight, presenting on a zoning case, been before Zoning Commission as well as City Council multiple times, requesting rezoning the two parcels noted here from high density or from neighborhood commercial E to retain one portion of 1 acre of neighborhood commercial E and rezoning the remaining 5.83 acres to planned development D. Next slide. As seen here, this is the current conceptual site plan. We've gone through many iterations with Councilmember Williams to ultimately arrive at this conceptual site plan. Like I mentioned, tonight's zoning case, retaining 1 acre for retail commercial E and then rezoning the 5.83 acres as planned development D. So our assignment, next slide. Our assignment from last City Council on August 9th was to go back and re-engage with the community. As documented on my 85-page community engagement memorandum distributed to the mayor, Mayor Pro Tem Bivens, the rest of City Council, as well as the City Secretary Office, from early March 2022 to effectively Friday, and even up until tonight, we engaged with the 5 registered neighborhood associations and even engaged with them or attempted to engage with them before the city notifications were distributed on March 31st. We engaged with the District 6 Alliance on April 7th, which they informed me that their whole purpose as a District 6 Alliance is to inform all the surrounding neighborhoods and all the surrounding neighborhood associations, either on file or off file with the city. We engaged with the 78 homes within Fox Run neighborhood. We went out on August 17th and canvassed the local businesses to discuss the project with them. And within this community engagement memorandum, I documented the 3 Gardner Capital activities since August 9th. 1, we offered in-person meetings. 2, we offered an in-person session August 25th at Hallmark Baptist Church. And then 3, we hosted a virtual session. And then we also attended Dr. Williams' in-person listening circle on August 31st. And I know I'm running out of time to basically encapsulate everything I'm requesting. And this zoning case from start to finish, Gardner Capital is requesting approval of the zoning case.
Thank you, Jordan. Thank you. Our next speaker is Justin Klink, followed by John Palmer. You can ask, sorry, go ahead, Leonard. Turn your mic on, thank you.
Couple more.
Sure, you have that right, absolutely. Go ahead, Jordan.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it, Councilmember Firestone. So, like I was saying, the last meeting we attended was Councilmember Williams on August 31st, in which we offered at the conclusion to John Palmer and myself to meet in person anyone that wanted to engage or hear about the proposed development and about the zoning case from where we started to where we're at now. Next slide. Oh, okay. Oh, there it is. Here's the community engagement within Fox Run. Like I said, on August 17th, went out in 110-degree heat and personally knocked on the doorbells, rang the doorbells of 78 homes on the periphery. This is just a permit fee slides. I know this development would have a huge impact on developing this 6.83 acres and providing permit fees to the city of Fort Worth. Estimated right now and based on pre-development conferences, 2 of them with city staff at about 1.57 million. And then to kind of wrap up this whole presentation, and like I've noted numerous times, the #1 goal within the housing section of the comprehensive plan passed on March 8th of this year is to increase the number of quality affordable rental units for low-income renters. And to add to that, the policy and strategy to achieve these goals is to, one, promote the development of high-quality, market rate, and affordable housing using appropriate design standards to ensure lasting value. And then also to integrate and disperse affordable housing and low-income housing into neighborhoods throughout the city. That's District 9, that's District 8, that's District 3, District 2. I'm working on a 9% affordable housing project with Councilmember Crane, which initially there was some pushback, but ultimately after engaging with the community, engaging with Councilmember Crane, the two HOAs, as well as NAS JRB, we got everyone comfortable. Despite some initial pushback and despite being in a noise contour overlay, we got that and got a resolution of support actually at the end of February in order to apply for those 9% tax credits. So with that being said, and given the shortage of affordable housing in the city of Fort Worth, I recommend that you motion for approval to approve ultimately the development of 168 affordable housing. As you can see, this means a lot to me. I've been putting a lot of time and effort into this, and like Jared Cox said back at my last zoning hearing, you guys have an opportunity to make this right and to get affordable housing developed right here, right now, to address the shortage across the city and across the nation for that matter.
Thank you, Jared. Any questions? Leonard, go ahead.
Yeah, just one quick question. So you mentioned the 5 associations and the door knocking. What was the result?
So the engagement with the 5 HOAs, as documented with the community engagement memorandum, either they were on board, as evidenced by the 2 letters of support from Glenwick and Hewlinstone Crossing, or they didn't want to engage. And so I tried very hard. I reached out to the property management company, the HOA board, to try to engage with certain HOAs. And, you know, sometimes people don't want to participate or don't want to engage, so.
Thank you, Jordan. Okay, our next speaker is Justin. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Chris.
Did you engage with anyone, and I think that was the question Linda was trying to ask, did you engage with anyone who was in a disagreement of the project?
Yeah, there's always going to be opposition to projects, whether it's retail, whether
But no,
it's
I'm just.
Yes, there was.
There were people who.
About crime, potential impact of crime on the development. And like we noted, we would work with the city of Fort Worth prior to the property coming online.
Fair enough.
As well, yeah.
That's good. I just want to make sure that you don't state that everyone was in for it and that if they wasn't for it, if they was not for it, then they didn't want to participate. And so I just kind of want you to be careful how you relate that message. So I'm sure there were several people who wasn't for it, and that's fair. Everybody don't want affordable homes by them. And so I just want to make sure we clear that the air.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Mayor, I have
Go
one.
ahead, Elizabeth.
Sorry. I appreciate the questioning. When you were on those doors, and we've all been there, and God bless you, when they were opposed, I heard you say crime was a concern of those folks that were opposed. Other than crime, what did you hear from those folks that you had the face-to-face interactions with?
The impact of traffic and the development's traffic impact, especially on that intersection. And I will say, I misquoted myself in prior meetings post 8-9. I didn't realize this, but we had actually, and as noted in the community engagement memorandum, Armand Bryant actually noted to us that we did not require a traffic impact analysis based on this development's impact on traffic. I believe there's 80 peak hour trips.
I don't know if it'd be most appropriate now for staff to comment, because I actually have a question specifically on that traffic.
I was going to call them at the end, but we can do it now if that's easier for you. I don't mind at all.
It's not, whichever works. If you're going to
If you'll log that, we'll have them come up at the end of this. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Justin Klink, followed by John Palmer.
Good evening. My name is Justin Klink, and I am from McKinney. I'm here with Jordan Snyder. Thank you, Mayor Parker and Mayor Pro Tem Bivens, City Council members, and staff for allowing me to attend and speak tonight. I'd like to speak to the value of community engagement. I attended community engagement meetings, Gardner Capital's virtual call and info session via Zoom, and Dr. Williams' listening circle. In these meetings, I was able to hear from Dr. Williams, residents who attended, and other community stakeholders. Within the meetings, I was responsible for taking minutes to ensure that the residents' comments and recommendations were heard and documented. In all of these meetings, the value of providing clear answers to the community was extremely evident. Jordan and John made it a point to answer each question that was asked of them in the moment. If any resident had further questions, Jordan and John offered their personal time for a one-on-one meeting, phone call, or email. They also offered the opportunity to tour Gardner's previous senior living facility so the residents could see the value that it adds to the community. I helped Jordan compile a list of questions with the community engagement memorandum that was submitted to the city on Friday, September 9th. These questions were brought up during our meetings with the community that are recorded in order to provide documentation and visibility to everyone. Thank you again.
Thank you. Our next speaker is John Palmer, followed by Megan Hasty.
Good evening, Mayor Parker and Mayor Pro Tem, council members. We're back here again for after our assignment to go back into the community. And I want to state for the record that there was opposition in all of our meetings. We gladly, and that's one of the reasons why we were sent out there, was to hear not just those people that are in support, of which there'll be some people that speak in support, but specifically to engage the community, as I said we would, to hear those concerns about not just crime, but traffic, stormwater, lighting, all the things that fall into a site plan approval process. And I want to remind everybody, this is a zoning case. All those things that are required by the city to mandate, not just for our site, but all the surrounding commercial and residential, go through a very stringent approval process. So tonight we're here for zoning, and we're just really asking the city council to make a decision on, is this the right thing to do? There are plenty of people that have concerns, and we've gone ahead and detailed both one-on-one invitations to meet, in-person meetings, Zoom meeting that was recorded and provided, PowerPoints, site plans, answers to questions and concerns. But as we all know, we can't appease everyone and meet everyone's answers. So we're asking tonight. We had speakers here the other day, elderly, firsthand elderly, who spoke. A little late for them last time, and tonight we're just coming and we're reminded that those are the people that we're also concerned about. Today, the stock market was down 900 points. Inflation is at an all-time high. And interest rates are going up. And so the allowance, the privilege to invest is going to get tougher. We are using unconventional financing to put a $42 million development in an area that really needs, and there's really no argument about senior housing. I don't think anybody would argue, Dr. Williams or anyone else, would argue about senior housing. We believe this is the spot to do it. We figure all the opposition's questions about the site in and of itself will be proven out during the site plan approval process. And we're just asking tonight to move that process that we've been engaged in for almost a year. We've now gotten to a point where we're asking the council to make a decision. You all still get a bite at the apple on the site plan, and does it meet codes and ordinances and everything else. But we believe this is the site, and we specifically ask for approval tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Our next speaker is Megan Hasty, followed by Gustavo Martinez. Is Megan here? No. Gustavo Martinez, followed by Angelica Delgado. Is Gustavo here? Angelica Delgado. Crystal Morales. Hi, Crystal. Come on down. And it's followed by Vanessa Cohen-Wienans.
Good evening.
My name is Crystal Morales, and I live in District 6, Summer Creek Ranch, directly on the other side of South Hewlin of where this proposed complex would be located. The main thoroughfare to and from my home is South Hewlin to Chesapeake Bay, so my family passes this property multiple times on a daily basis. I, like most of you, have a personal understanding of the need for affordable senior housing. It has been a struggle to find affordable housing for my own 69-year-old mother. I would like to have her closer by my home in Fort Worth instead of in Haltom City so I can assist her more. However, I have three main concerns about this rezoning. Number one, the area has already seen issues with speeding and traffic on South Hewlin and Risinger, and public records would probably show a higher than average number of vehicle accidents at this intersection. Adding a high-density multifamily complex here would make the intersection even more dangerous. There are 5 schools very close to this property: North Crowley High School, North Crowley 9th grade, Crowley Middle School, Harmony, and Mary Harris Elementary, and a daycare right next door. There is already excess vehicle and foot traffic up and down South Hewlin and Risinger on a daily basis as parents and students pass this property to make their way to and from school. There is no traffic light or stop sign currently in place that would allow for the safe crossing into and out of this complex on South Hewlin. Number 2, the entire area surrounding this property is made up of one-story neighborhood, commercial, and single-family residences. Why would you allow a 4-story building to be built here? Even new apartment complexes off of Chisholm Trail are only 3-story. I do not know of any 4-story buildings within several miles. This would be an eyesore towering over our entire neighborhood. Number 3, I am concerned that while this complex is being marketed as an affordable senior living, property management will not enforce who is actually staying at these units, and there will be increased crime. I feel this board owes it to the residents to do proper due diligence instead of rushing to approve this rezoning. If you choose to approve this rezoning despite opposition, I hope that each of you will commit to addressing any negative impacts this rezoning has on our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Crystal, for being here. Our next speaker is Vanessa Cohen-Wienans. Is Vanessa here?
She's on the line.
Oh, sorry about that. Thanks, Jeanette. Vanessa?
Vanessa,
Yes.
please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
I'm here.
Go ahead.
My name is Vanessa Cohen-Winans, and I am a resident of District 6, Hewlin Springs Meadow Edition. I implore the councilmen, councilwomen, and mayor to vote against the change in zoning from E to D that is up for final vote today. The traffic is already extremely concerning at this location. The developer was asked to be a good steward and show good faith by delaying the zoning proposal until a traffic study was completed. He informed us that he will not wait for a traffic study until zoning was approved so he could use grant money to pay for it. He lives in McKinney. He does not care about leaving the city of Fort Worth with a mess, with traffic and a 4-story eyesore. And he wants others to fund his due diligence of a traffic study. We are already being asked to conserve water in the city. Building a 168-unit complex will not help the Fort Worth water situation in our area. That doesn't include ensuring everyone will have running electricity during our summer heat or when we have an actual winter. Adding this many units in one location puts an overload on a water and electricity system that is already struggling. Creating or adding to the flood-prone areas is another concern. The city does not have enough firefighters or police officers for the existing population. So let's add safety concerns to the list of concerns in this area. This zoning change has already been recommended as a denial with voting results 7-1 with the Zoning Commission. The points made by Dr. Hall and the other commissioners that the neighborhood commercial zone needs to be preserved traffic concerns, etc., were correct. The fact that the developer was not being fully forthcoming with information, and only after being questioned did he come out that there were HOAs that were not on board with the proposal. My subdivision does not have an HOA, so I was never notified of the proposal. If it wasn't on nextdoor.com, I would have never found out about this until it was too late. To sum up the concerns, there's traffic, safety, water and electricity resources, flooding, loss of commercial property, overpopulation in one area, city resources of firefighters and police officers, 4-story complex with light and sound pollution in addition to being an eyesore. I would appreciate your votes of no
Thank you, Vanessa.
or against.
Thank you for calling.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Heather Hubbard, followed by Misty Truvillan.
Mayor, we were not able to reach Heather or Misty.
Okay, what about Corrine Robertson?
She's on the line.
Thank you.
Corrine,
Hello.
please go ahead.
Good evening. I am here to express my opposition to the proposed development zoning change on this site from Zone E to high-density multifamily. Per the City of Fort Worth UDC, in adopting multifamily design development regulations, it is the intent of the City Council to encourage the most appropriate use of land, to encourage higher quality design and materials, to provide safe and improved access to public walkways, to install street trees and enhance landscaping along public walkways, to improve pedestrian environment, and to provide criteria for development of land zoned for multi-family dwelling use. With this in mind, the city saw the need to zone this site as E, neighborhood services, and it makes sense. My objections to this rezoning case is not because I am against development or low-income and age-restricted housing. There is a need for that. My objection to this proposed development is because it simply does not make appropriate use of the land, and hence this rezoning case. My other objections are specifically related to the issues of density, traffic, and landscape requirements. The requested density of 163, or is it 168 units on this 5.83 acre site, 6.83 total, is simply too high. This site is surrounded by existing commercial properties and in close proximity to single-family housing. The proposed development would build a 4-story apartment building surrounded by parking with little to no real buffer or transitional areas. The building would tower over existing properties and create an unsightly focal point. In regards to traffic, the development proposes 2 points of ingress and egress, one of which proposes to tie to an existing commercial driveway and not a public street or right-of-way. The other point is a proposed connection to Hewlin Street. As previously mentioned, this development is in close proximity to several schools, and both points are blocked by school traffic during certain times of the day. There are times when I have seen the traffic backed up for over a mile along Hewlin and Risinger, blocking both points of access. This causes a concern as emergency vehicles would have issues accessing the site, placing our elderly at risk. We need a TIA to really measure the impacts of this proposed development. As it relates to landscaping, the open space, and per the site plan that was provided, they have a minimum of 36%. However, the site plan does not show the required sidewalks that need to connect the parking to the building and the sidewalks to the public walkways. Once those are added, their open space would be reduced and it would be less than 35.
Thank you, Ms. Robertson. That's the last of our speakers this evening. I'm going to turn to Dr. Williams. I think you also had a representative from one of the neighborhoods you wanted to call on. Is that right?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'll call the representative up, and then I'll give a statement and a motion. Pastor Tatum is here, and he was a big part of the conversation last meeting, and he was part of the reason why the neighbors were willing to consider continuing this case. And so I wanted to bring him back to share what he has learned based on the new site plan that none of the residents saw the last meeting. So I do want to call him up because Fox Run doesn't have a neighborhood association.
Thank you, Jared.
And it's important
And
that he
after
speaks.
Reverend Tatum speaks, I'm going to have Dana Bergdorf come up, and I think all of us have a few questions from staff, if that's okay with you, and then you can launch into your discussion. That work okay?
Absolutely. That's okay.
Reverend Tatum, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Kiev Tatum. I live at 8717 Garden Springs in the Fox Run neighborhood, which is the front yard to this development. While I have listened to the gentlemen who live in McKinney, live in Dallas, who brought seniors to our community from Dallas County, what I have not heard is an overwhelming support of this project from the people who will be impacted the most. Now, we've talked on a number of occasions about the zoning commission denying the request. We talked about the zoning on the land is already neighborhood commercial. We talked about the developers taking one plan and turn it into another plan, and now it's a 4-story, 160-unit plan, and they have not been back to zoning so that zoning could review this with the right eye. Not that you don't, I'm sure you do, but we have a process of checks and balances in place so that they can give you a real good understanding of what this project will do. Councilman, this is not about affordable housing. If it was simply about affordable housing, you would not find a better supporter of affordable housing. In fact, I'm so thankful that my friend is now the new undersecretary for HUD enforcement, who sued to put these kind of housing projects inside affluent neighborhoods so that everyone could get access. This project is a mass dash for cash from some individuals who may be good individuals, but are operating from the greedy blind eye of taking tax credit money that was meant for poor people and use it for development that is not wanted or is warranted in that neighborhood, in that spot. Councilman, you say you're for affordable housing. At our meeting at Hallmark, I said I pastor in your district, and we welcome an opportunity for senior living in our district because most of our seniors are getting old, and they're gonna go out their homes and they wanna stay in that community. This gentleman looked at me as if I had just talked about his mama. He was more insulted by me saying moving it to District 8 than he was about us telling him we didn't want it. Councilman, listen clearly. If it was just about morality, I think they lose. Because they are not looking at the impact
Thank you, Kiev.
this
Appreciate
is
you.
going to have on districts.
Thank you, Kiev. Could you have any other questions for Kiev, Jared? Otherwise, his time's up.
Pastor Tatum, I just would like to also have you highlight just the interactions in the community meeting.
Yes,
and what was the input that you heard not only in the community meeting from Fox
Yes,
Run
sir.
neighbors, but also in the community meeting?
Well, I went on my own, as I always do, and I went to talk to every business in that corner, in that corridor. First thing I asked him, are you familiar that they're about to put a 4-story unit right across the street behind the McDonald's? Not one of them said they knew about it. My next question was, what do you think about that going up there? Every one of them, 100% said the crime is going up. The reason they say crime is going up because we already have a crime problem. And Councilman Jared Williams is working dutifully to bring city services to a community that was once 100% self-sufficient. But because of those arm loans, they got out of those Fox Run homes, and now a lot of those homes are rental occupied. So you're bringing in an element that is only going to get worse until we address the need for the public services that has already been needed. I'm not sure why I was called a dog. I'm not sure why our community is being mocked, but it's not right, Mayor, and I don't appreciate it. And I'm simply asking you all to do the right thing, send it back, and let us examine it rightly so that when a development comes out,
Sorry, Kiev.
that's okay.
Continue, please. Thank you.
So that when we can sit down and really reason together, we can have an affordable housing complex model that we could share with others. But right now, we're setting ourselves up for a major failure.
Thank you, Kiev. Appreciate that. Dana Bergdorf, if you don't mind. So I guess that my first question is actually unrelated to this particular item. Thanks to this council, this zoning case, it's been brought to my attention, and we'd all heard about it, and Jared had brought to us attention before, how significant the traffic is in that area. So my first question would be for city staff. When was the last time the city, unrelated to this zoning case, did a traffic study, especially as it relates to schools in that community?
Sure. So this site is located near the intersection of two arterials, Hewlin and Risinger, which can, when fully built out, hold a lot of traffic. So there would have been a traffic study done when the existing commercial was developed to show that capacity. The current site that's being proposed for a zoning change has not been final platted, and so they would need to do a traffic study and meet any conditions or improvements to those roadways in order to plat and then build on that property.
And that would have to happen before we'd approve any plat to make sure.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. So that's under the purview of the City Plan Commission and the subdivision ordinance to meet our requirements for travel demand based on the land use. I will note that it's designated as e-neighborhood commercial, so any preliminary traffic studies that would have been done for previous developments would have assumed commercial. Given the size of this property, it could generate 3 to 4 times as much traffic as with commercial zoning than it would with multifamily zoning. So this is a less intense use from a traffic standpoint than the commercial zoning that exists.
Thank you.
And Mayor, just to add some context to that, at the intersection of Hewlin and, excuse me, and Risinger, just to answer your question, over the past 3 years, there have been 80 accidents within a mile radius, every major intersection, there's been 200 total. So there is some valid concerns related to traffic.
Sure.
And it's just to answer your question, I will say, and I know TPW representatives are here, Risinger has been something that's really important to me, and this is what I shared with the residents as well. I've asked for a stop sign that we still don't have on Risinger. And it wasn't until we brought staff on Risinger to walk on Risinger that they were able to see, the level of speeds of traffic. We had the Auburn family pass away, who were killed, frankly, by reckless driving. So there are some concerns there. I recognize those, and I wanted to answer that with the data.
Thank you, that's helpful. My second question was, when the case came out of zoning, it was a 3-story structure containing no commercial. Is that right, Dana?
I believe they requested D high density, but I'll ask Daniel if that's correct. So they requested D high density residential zoning, which allows 4 stories. I think there's a limitation to 3 stories within 250 feet of single family zoning, but there is a buffer before you reach the single family zoning. So I expect they were intending 4 stories for most of it, but the applicant can correct me.
Maybe this is a better question for Dr. Williams in his discussions with the applicant. Is when the case came to you after zoning, is it fair to say that you went back and forth and kind of talked about the potential for preserving some type of commercial corridor? Because originally, commercial use was the main concern to retain.
Exactly, because we've been receiving comments not only on multiple cases in the area, but just as a district as a whole, the importance of preserving neighborhood commercial. We also had the policy discussion as a council with zoning commission about the importance of that long term to balance out our tax base, knowing that our residents pay the lion's share of taxes across this, that we fund our general fund off of. Sure. And so with that context and with that level of input that we've had and level of engagement we've had with our residents, we recommended that the developers consider ways to preserve neighborhood commercial and engage the community on those plans. These 3 engagements that we had, we did learn from residents that 3 or 4 story is incompatible at the intersection, but I'll leave it there because I do have a statement and I'd like to share that.
Any other questions for Dana while she's standing there? We can let her sit back down. Anybody else? No? I think they're fine down there. Okay, I'll turn to Dr. Williams. Thank you, Dana.
Awesome. Thank you again, Mayor and Council. I just have a few remarks before making a motion, and I want to take my time with this just to, be clear. Over the past 90 days with this case and over the past year, I've had countless discussions with the applicant, as just mentioned, and with my constituents, which have been honestly robust conversations about the affordability crisis in the city and about the proposed project, which I think it's important that I briefly speak to those two things separately so as to not conflate the two. We've all heard as a mayor and council, either through the news, through reports, or through conversations in our neighborhoods about the impact that skyrocketing costs are having on our residents, and frankly, the affordability of our city. And many of you, like me, have heard countless stories about the increasing anxiety that many of our constituents, both young and old, feel each year after seeing their new property tax bill or the increased cost of their lease renewal due to their landlord, also facing rising costs, or to the those who are struggling to make ends meet. And in District 6, often commuting by car to 2 or 3 jobs, likely out of the district and out of the city. I also have heard my constituents' concerns about the ongoing growth that they see across the city, and that sometimes they seemingly see little regard to the Zoning Commission land use compatibility and consistency, and whether the city can provide the appropriate levels of infrastructure and services vital to every community, whether in Fort Worth, communities to the west, east, north, or south. And while my neighbors and I have supported and will continue to support efforts to address the affordability crisis, including a case that's coming tomorrow with neighborhood support that is a senior affordable housing project less than a mile from this particular site. I also recognize that without ongoing intentional policy discussions about how we systematically improve affordability in Fort Worth, we will not likely hear enough zoning cases that systematically address the immediate crisis that tens of thousands of Fort Worth residents are facing. While I recognize that projects like these offer a quality option for our residents with fixed and limited assets in crisis, projects like these will only scratch the surface of the affordability crisis in Fort Worth, which is a very real issue that I know we are all committed to discussing. We must also have conversations about the need for systemic solutions proven to address the affordability crisis, such as demanding living wages in the public and private sectors, ensuring transit options reach even the far corners of our city like Hewlin and Rosiger, expanding opportunities for residents to pass on generational wealth through home ownership strategies like lease-to-own programs, in addition to many other solutions that will aggressively ensure affordability for all. I share all of this with you, especially my colleagues, because I think it's important for you to have context of the breadth and depth of conversations that happened in the 2 community meetings, but also that happened in District 6 that my office continue to engage on. And so while I certainly appreciate the applicant's diligence, I appreciate the level of engagement that they've done on this case, I have an obligation also to objectively listen to the concerns raised by my constituents pertaining to the merits of zoning cases. I also have an obligation to ensure that all proposed projects address, especially in District 6, address noteworthy priorities in the district for affected neighborhoods, District 6, and the city, while also ensuring that projects do so in a way that is consistent and compatible with existing uses, building heights, and densities. With respect to this case, I do believe it's imprudent to disregard the 7-1 recommendation of the Zoning Commission, as well as to disregard the many appropriate concerns. And I want to be clear, not all of the concerns I agreed with my constituents. There were several appropriate concerns from those who were living in affected neighborhoods, specifically concerns about the proposed height density zoning requested by the applicant in both the 3- and 4-story site plans, which I agree are significantly inconsistent and incompatible with current uses at the specific intersection. There are other more appropriate sites, which is evident in the zoning case that is receiving a lot of community support tomorrow, just 1 block to the north, And it's a similar project, senior living, affordable housing, that's much needed in the city, that is already getting off with lots of good support. And so with that, I move for denial with prejudice of ZC 22046 at this particular location.
Got a motion and a second on the floor. Any other discussion on this item, council? Go ahead, Gina.
One thing that's very important to me as a council member is to make sure the views of my constituents are respected. And it's important that, in my case, I've learned since being on this council to trust those people who are elected to represent communities and trust them to do their homework. And so it is with that that I support your motion, because I believe you've done your homework. And I also believe I've heard from quite a few people here. Pastor Tatum, the idea of being called a dog, I find very offensive. And I apologize to you that that happened. But I also appreciate the history that you brought in, because my neighborhood in 2008 was changed because people had those financing plans and they couldn't remain, so I can relate to that. But again, you know your district, you've got my vote.
Councilmember Nettles?
Thank you, Mayor. I want to start my comments off because we've been down this road and I spoke my position on this particular zoning case. And I want to say that my vote tonight is not against Jared Williams, Dr. Jared Williams. I love him as a brother and a friend. And I was brought into this conversation, I think a couple of months ago, when I had denied the applicants to meet with me because it wasn't in my district. And so after several attempts and after it came to zoning, I met with them and they gave us an understanding of what Dr. Williams wanted for that quarter and what their desire was. And so, and I told them in the meeting, I said, we have to get to a comfortable medium. If Dr. Williams wants commercial development, then I will not support that zoning change without developing commercial quarter there. And so I think they went back and met with Dr. Williams, and that's where it changed from 3 stories to 4 stories in order to accompany the affordability of the units. And if you know anything about housing or tax credits or affordability, you have to be able to do the project. You have to have enough units to subsidize those places. And so I also ran a campaign that we have to make sure that there is affordable housing all over Fort Worth. It has been historically limited to certain locations in minority, poor neighborhoods. And yes, I have approved over more than 700 affordable units in District 8 because I understand what we need to do. Also, I have approved public supportive, permanent supportive housing, which is homeless coming off the streets and getting housing in District 8. Not 1, not 2, but we have approved 3. And so I understand and I get it. And so my vote today will to continue to support that we do bring this affordable housing unit. Again, that vote is not against my friend, Dr. Jared Williams. It's not against Dr. Jared Williams, but it is for the people.
Reverend Tatum, I'm sorry, you can't speak from the audience. Thank you, Chris. Keep going.
Thank you, and I appreciate that.
Thank you. Councilmember Crane.
Thanks, Mayor. First I want to say this, and I'll echo, Jared, this is not, I love you. I think you're a great guy. So whatever's been said out there, you and I have talked about it, and none of this is personal. And you and I talked about this last night too. It's principle at this point. I respect your position, and I've heard a lot from the neighbors. A couple of points I want to make, Mayor and Council. One thing I want to say is, I know y'all have done a lot of work on this in community engagement. I, in 5 years of dealing with zoning cases, have never seen such a thorough presentation of the community outreach that has happened in this, with this. 87, I forget how many pages you said. But I appreciate that part of it too. And to our development community, they know, and I know there are a lot of people here and people watching too, the development community, there has to be some reliability on when they're told certain things by staff, et cetera, that we are consistent with that. And you and I talked about this, Dr. Williams, of that the neighborhoods they were told to go talk to, that's what staff, those are the recognized neighborhoods. And they did that. They didn't get all the neighborhoods, but they also weren't, that's not what was directed to by staff, or I don't know about conversations with your office. But I do want to say that I've heard all what's been said about this, and I also don't agree with some of the characterizations of the people that would live there. Last meeting, when this case was discussed, we heard from a group of current residents. No, they were not local, but they were exemplary of the people that will be living in these places. And we heard the opposition, and we heard about the lack of engagement, which is why I went back and engaged with the neighborhood. But I just want to clarify maybe some mischaracterization. This is age-restricted, over 55 community. Within this document and the other emails we've all gotten is the process of how the people that will live there are chosen and how they go through a process. And these are people that, again, I want to be clear, make $19,000 to $36,000 a year. They're over 55, making $19,000 to $36,000 a year. We've heard that criminals or waywards are the people that this could attract to live there. And I just
159, Fort Worth, 9/13 to 6 p.m.
But what I want to say is the women that were here before are pretty exemplary, and maybe it's, put this in perspective, maybe it's a woman who's worked her whole life. She didn't work at a job. She had a job, and it was raising 3 sons. She ran them around and did all their activities, and for her life, sacrificed for those kids. And in her 40s, and a divorce, and without a college education and skills, had to go into the workforce and figure out how to make a life for herself. Worked 25 years, and in the end, when it came to retirement, comes up short. That's who we're talking about here, guys. And I know we're talking about it's not affordable housing, and I'm happy to hear there are other projects that are coming forward. I know I've approved in my district, et cetera. But there are 50,000 people, from my understanding with Fort Worth Housing Solutions, on the list waiting for affordable housing. This is a drop in the bucket. And the woman I'm talking about is my mom, who's sitting back right here, right now. Thank you for what you did for me and what you raised for me. Thank God we're here, my brothers are here to help take care of you. But she wanted to be here tonight to show and be the representative, since there wasn't someone from Fort Worth that would qualify for this the last time, and was sort of demeaned in a way, those women were demeaned in a way, to show there are people out there. And we put her on, I don't know how many lists to find affordable housing for you, and 5 years later, that we still don't have a call from any of those. That shows you how large of a problem we hear. So for me, this is a principle. I understand all the issues, and I think, as has been pointed out with the developers, those issues can be worked out and will be worked out through the process. So respectfully, I can't support your motion tonight. We've talked about this, it's not a surprise. But I appreciate everything you're doing.
Thank you, Michael. Councilmember Beck?
Thank you. I appreciate everyone that's come here to speak, both tonight and a month ago, when we saw so many really passionate people come and present before council. Affordable housing developments, whether they are for the old, the young, right, the whoever they may be, are always difficult. In my short tenure here on council, I've had several contentious affordable housing cases, and they're not easy. And they're not easy because there's a misconception about people who don't have as much money as you might have in your bank account. And I'm going to read some of the comments that were submitted to this council to support their position that we should deny this particular case. And I need to maintain the value of my home. The culture of the environment will be at risk. We do not need the extra people and crime that multi-family housing brings. Crime is also on the rise in the area. There are very few services for the homeless in the area. This will decrease the home values in the area. You say people want to live in a nice community, but everyone is not raising their children to live in a nice community. Most parents today are afraid of their children. When these children move here in this community, they start breaking into homes. We moved away from that kind of environment. We pay a lot of money for our homes in this area, and this is not development that increases the value of our real estate. No way to manage who lives in the facility. There are no resources in this area for low-income residents. And that's all really coded language, saying we don't want others here, we don't want they, we don't want them. And I've said many times from this dais that those arguments carry no weight for me as a council person in District 9, none at all. We cannot get to the solution of finding homes for everyone here in Fort Worth if we other, if we they, if we them. And there's always a lot of rhetoric around multifamily developments, particularly those for the low income. But Michael, like you, I grew up in a very low income home. In fact, the apartment complex that I grew up in is now Fort Worth Housing Solutions piece of property in Wedgwood. And so I know what it's like to have those eviction notices on the door, to have the lights turned off, to have the phone turned off. And it is a scary, scary proposition, whether you're a child or you're on a fixed income, elderly on a fixed income. It's with that perspective and with the heart that I have for affordable housing that I'm going to have to vote against you, Jared, and I'm sorry. I think you know more than anyone on this council, I don't like people messing in my district, and for that reason, I try not to mess in anyone else's district as well. I just cannot personally take a vote to deny affordable housing. I hear your residents. I appreciate the work that you've done, that your office has done, that the community has done, but I would be voting against my values.
Any other comments from council members?
Mayor, I
Go
would
ahead,
just-
Carlos. Go ahead, Jerry.
No, I wanted to, say thank y'all for those perspectives. I completely agree with the othering, with affordable housing. Michael, you bringing up your story about your mom, really resonates with me, and I think it's an important conversation for us to have. Growing up in Southwest Fort Worth, I remember my mom being a teacher, battling cancer, and when the medical bills hit, right, our family didn't know what we were going to do. I didn't realize I grew up in poverty because my parents were so loving until working at the food bank and realizing that my favorite meal as a kid was bologna. And I didn't realize there was turkey until probably college, right? And my mom retired at 60, passed away at 61. And I remember my dad, who is also a teacher, not being able to afford the house and having to sell it. At the same time, me and my wife bought our first home off of Summer Creek and could not afford to pay our mortgage because we had to escrow more property taxes into our mortgage. So we sold that house. Me, my wife, and my dad bought a house together. My dad still lives with us. And I would love to have him in one of these properties, but I'm afraid I'm gonna have to find a way to pay for that as well, knowing that my wife is not gonna go back to work. I probably shouldn't say that on public record. After the baby comes January 11th. And I think these are important conversations to have. I think that affordable housing is certainly a strategy that we need to implement. But it also gives me heartburn to realize that for our seniors who have fought, like my parents, their entire life to provide a decent home and living for me and my brother, that there are seniors out there who, for being on a fixed income without real cost of living adjustments, being faced with medical expenses, or succumb to a situation that requires them to rent in perpetuity without the hope and dreams that we all have to pass on meaningful wealth to our, or at least some semblance of wealth to the next generation. And so that's why, I talk about this in terms of the affordability crisis that we're facing, because it's not just the housing aspect, which is a very important part of it. It's the wages. It's too many low-wage jobs, right? It's folks having to work 2 and 3 jobs to make ends meet and still can't make ends meet. It's utilities, it's gas, right? It's the things that ultimately make the dollars and cents ultimately make sense. And I think that as a city, not only on affordable housing, which is important for us to address, but we also have to talk about what does it mean to have an affordable city where people can grow and thrive and raise families in every aspect and not just on subsidized rents long term.
Thank you, Jared. Councilmember Flores?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll keep my points relegated to matters of zoning, okay? Having read and reread the staff report, when you do there's one analysis that hasn't been talked about, development analysis, and part of that, comprises the things that we usually cover, land use and compatibility with a comprehensive plan. But there's also an economic, component to that, and no one's talked about that. In concept, this development, having included the retail on the bottom, is appropriate and does fit from a zoning standpoint compatibly with neighborhood commercial. And I think that in the minds of many in the public, they tend to separate the neighborhood commercial component when you're talking about multifamily. But again, as my council member colleagues have said before, this is a senior 55 plus, proposition. We talked about a traffic impact analysis. Well, having dealt with these types of cases before, that type of traffic is very low impact. Very low impact. Now, the corner, and I defer to Dr. Williams on this. We all know our districts. Are there traffic concerns there at that corner? Yes, there are. What I'm talking about is the additive nature of what's being proposed, right? Just the project itself. There's primary access that we talked about. Again, there's not a, it requires shared access, from South Hewland Street in order to do it. Reisinger's not possible. Can't do curb cuts there, so it doesn't make it a direction that you can proceed that way. But again, just keep in mind there is an economic benefit to this potentially, right? Not just having the type of neighborhood commercial that already exists around it. That hasn't happened yet over the course of the years. But again, where I stand, I'm not sure how I'm going to vote on this, but it's always been my practice to defer to the council member whose district it's in. I rely on them to know the specifics of it, but these are, some of my observations from a zoning standpoint.
Thanks, Carlos. I paid special attention to Crystal Morales, who's here and still sticking it out as a resident of that area. The 3 issues that she raised really were traffic and height of that building. And the third piece was affordability, but I think we've covered how carefully individuals are selected and how they have to meet the affordability threshold. I think one huge issue with this development has nothing to do with this zoning case. It's an inherited issue that Councilmember Williams inherited as well, which is traffic and congestion in Reisinger and Hewlin. So no matter how this vote goes down, I'm imploring our city staff, led by William Johnson and others, to really look at why you have so many serious accidents in that corridor, what traffic study the city is obligated to do. If you want a stop sign, you need a stop sign this week. That should be pretty common sense in what needs to happen in that area. And you also have children that are crossing, I know, where they shouldn't be, and so we need to pay special attention there. So I'm just making that awareness. Lastly, these are hard cases for me because I don't get to individual district. This is for the entire city. And there's so much attention to infrastructure and growth in Fort Worth right now, and it is only just getting started, I promise you. We are at a real crossroads in this city about who we want to be when we grow up. And if we don't really focus on affordability, we're going to look back and be Austin, Texas. And I love Austin, and I love Lady Bird Lake, and I went to UT, but I'm telling you, none of us in this room could afford to live there right now. And so I want us to really pay close attention to what it looks like to support the right type of affordable housing projects in this city. And importantly, when they do get contentious, and by the way, almost all of them are now, and it requires a lot of rolling up our sleeves in this dais, no matter how this vote goes tonight, we support Dr. Williams on this project or any future projects. And furthermore, along this dais, that we're connected and why it's part of our comprehensive plan as a huge priority moving forward so that we can make sure we are the best place to live and raise a family in Fort Worth and maintain a level of affordability and livability that I know each of us is really concerned about. Thank you very much, Dr. Williams, for your leadership on this issue. I'm deeply sorry I can't support you on your motion, but know that your leadership has been really, really tested, and we appreciate how much time you've put into this. And if your motion doesn't succeed tonight for denial, I'm right there with you to make sure we're pushing city staff to make this project viable and best for residents in District 6. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. And let me just respond to your comment and Carlos's. In regards to so many cars being on Hewlin Risinger, the reality is that transit doesn't go to Hewlin and Risinger. The last city report reported that 87% of District 6 residents choose a mobility of commuting by themselves in one car. And it's because there isn't real transit options. And so we're putting a lot of cars on the road because that's the only option we've had our entire lives living in District 6. So that's an important discussion when we talk about why there's so many accidents. Well, there's a lot of cars because that's the only option for our mobility. With respects to Carlos, I really appreciate, the comments you mentioned. And for me, the concern that really stood out most to me that I honestly was surprised by was the height. My constituents talked about the height is just out of place there. There's no building at that intersection that's above 1 story. And when you go back to why residents were supporting the affordable senior housing coming down the pike at Sycamore and Hewlin, it's because there are compatible density uses, and including 3 multifamily complexes. There's a church. There's a lot of similar aspects, but the one difference is that site supports density and walkability. In fact, Kendall's here. I really thank God for him because of his work at Sycamore and Hewlin. We were able to work together with Chapel Hill to make sure that we got proper infrastructure like appropriate school zone, appropriate crosswalks that make that intersection a lot more viable. And also transit goes to Sycamore. So those are some of the things that I think are important when that Kendall and I and our residents certainly take into consideration and have taken into consideration on a number of projects like this. So I just wanted to speak to those to give you all some District 6 context as to why those things are so.
Thank you, Jared. Go ahead, Elizabeth.
There was one thing that I failed to say, and I think it's really important, and I want to put it on the record, particularly in light of what you just said. I think, Dr. Williams, you're doing an amazing job at representing your constituents in this case. You are listening to the voices around you, and I respect that, and that's our job, to represent our individual districts, with the exception of Mayor, who has to wrangle all of us. Good luck. You're doing that job. Sometimes we find ourselves in situations on council, and unfortunately, I think this might be the first time this particular council has had to experience that, where the needs of your specific constituency and what we need as a city as a whole sometimes don't match. And so I want to say I recognize what you're doing tonight, and you're doing your job, and I respect that. And I'm taking a slightly different perspective, so.
Thank you. Go ahead, Leonard.
Jared, I just wanted to weigh in on this, and thank you for the work that I know you've been doing on the case and how thoughtful you've been on it in considering, every angle. And, to me, I guess I'm in the camp of respecting you and your knowledge of your district. and your awareness of what it needs. And, you know, I certainly don't look at this as a necessarily an affordable housing issue. There are certainly other locations. There's no doubt about that. But to me, it's about location. If there's concern about that, it's about neighborhoods and encroachment on neighborhoods in a way that they certainly are very unhappy about. I think we respect that, and clearly you do. So I'll support you on this.
Thank you, Leonard. Any other discussion, council? I've got a motion for denial with prejudice, seconded by Councilmember Bivens. Please vote. Motion to deny passes.
Next item is ZC 22-091.
Hold on just a second. There we go. Our first speaker is Lindsay Purapura, followed, and there's no opposition, looks like, Elizabeth. Go ahead. Go ahead, Lindsay.
Good evening, Council. I just want to honor the positions you're in. You don't get much honor from down here. So I hope to redeem that in the 30 seconds that I'm talking. But I just want to let you know, since the last time that we were continued last month, we were asked to meet with Councilwoman Beck, and we did do that on the 31st. And with that, there was a direction about a stormwater meeting to address the flooding in Linwood. And we also attended that to hear what the city had and what research the city has done, and also the neighborhood feedback about that. And I just wanted to point out that the city is aware of the flooding, and they have done their research and their data analysis, and it's really an infrastructure upgrade that needs to happen, and that it was considered with the future plan of the area that where we are building, the future plan was for townhomes and multifamily. And it is technically, the runoff from our area would not affect the area of concern, just the way the water flows. So I just wanted to bring that to attention, and we are just requesting to be approved this evening.
Thank you, Lindsay.
Thanks.
Councilmember Beck.
Don't leave, because I have some questions for you. When we met, we talked about the sensitivity to stormwater, and you said something to me that that really resonated. We get a lot of folks coming here requesting for zoning changes, and I think you heard tonight. Oftentimes there's consternation because there's an idea that they don't care about the city because they're not from the city. And you said something to me when I brought up the stormwater issue to you. And if you remember that, I'd love for you to repeat it for here, for this council and for everyone in the room, because we need more developers like you in Fort Worth.
Sure. Part of our conversation was we are not, the term developer gets thrown around a lot, that they're large people after the cash flow, but that's not us. Our heart is to partner with the city and to partner with the neighborhood for what would actually make it better. And so we're all local. We live in Fort Worth, and we're just looking to build something that would make it better and fit the city plan. And our goal is, after we develop the couple lots that we're going for zoning today, would be to find a lot to build a dog park to help the residents in the area that it's now all townhomes. It would give them some space to basically walk their dogs and to have community engagement together.
Appreciate that. I'm going to continue it for another 30 days. I know that's probably not what you want to hear, and it's not what I want to hear either, but I think we know from that community meeting is that that particular neighborhood flooded pretty substantially. And there's a lot of consternation about potentially new growth or new development exacerbating that. I think you're correct in the way that those contours fall in our flood issues. We had a very informative briefing today at our Mobility and Infrastructure Committee meeting that specifically talked about that particular basin of Linwood. And our city has done some really great work to capture that. And because I know that you have such a commitment to the community, I want to see this happen, and I want to see you succeed. I want to see more people like you standing here requesting zoning changes, and not, fancy Dallas suits. So I said it. And so I really do want to work with you to get this done and work with the community to make it happen as well. And so we'll continue it for 30 days. In that 30 days, you and I will work with TPW and the community to wrap everyone's heads around this and get it across the finish line. You have my commitment.
Thank you. Motion and a second. Please vote, council. Motion passes.
Next item is ZC 22-103.
We have one speaker on this item, Councilmember Beck. It's Jose Juarez, and there's no opposition.
Evening, Council and Mayor. I'm just here to answer any questions if there's any. I spoke to Council Beck last time, and she was okay with everything that we have said, so if there's any questions, I'll
Any questions, Councilmember Beck?
I don't have any questions, but again, I want to just point out that this is exactly the type of person we want building in our community, people that are from the community, people that are looking to invest in Fort Worth long-term, and so I enthusiastically move to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Please vote. Motion carries.
Next item is ZC 22-146.
Thank you. Go ahead, Michael. Yeah. Councilmember Beck.
Move to approve, and just for those of you out there watching this riveting council meeting, this is our old public farmers, the old public market that you see on Henderson, that beloved building that everyone drives past and goes, what's going to happen with it? And so this is just a move to make sure that we protect that in the best way possible. So move to approve.
Thanks, Elizabeth. Got a motion. Got a motion and a second. Please vote. Motion passes.
Next item is SP-22-013.
Councilmember Williams, this one's in your district.
Move to approve.
Motion and a second. Please vote. Motion carries.
Next item is SP-22-015.
Councilmember Williams.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Motion carries.
Next item is ZC-22-028.
Our first speaker on this item is Jonathan Saldana, followed by David Martin.
Good afternoon, everybody. Council members and mayor. I have a slide I would like for it to start showing, please, before the timer kicks off, please. Okay. Thank you. Excuse me, sorry. Before, do I just say next slide or? Okay. I'm here to speak on behalf of Rosa Mendoza and her husband, Over Mendoza, who live and work in Fort Worth since 1989. They've been here for residents for about 23 years. I want to present to you their vision for their truck parking proposal. They're the owners of H. Mendoza Trucking LLC. Next slide, please. The current lot is a vacant 4.82 acres lot, currently in slow decay, a little bit disarray. Passing through this lot, it's very common for you to see things such as illegal dumpings, overgrown grass, overgrown bushes, broken fences, homeless activity, squandering, things of that nature. Next slide, please. This lot is currently also in a high crime rate here in the city of Fort Worth. That's a high crime rate for both violent crimes and property crimes. We think that we can help with that, number one, by occupying the lot, and number two, with our business plan, which we'll talk more about later. Next slide, please. The surrounding properties to the north include a community food bank. There's also a railroad track that passes through the north also. To the northeast, there is a couple commercial properties with some warehouses. To the east, there's a bar, Huatulco 2000, never been there. To the south, there's a Boro Roofing, and to the southeast, 3 residential homes and a vacant property to the west. Next slide. It's important to note that 4 of those previous properties that I mentioned already have some sort of logistical businesses up and running. What we intend to do on that property is as follows. We intend to keep it private to only H. Mendoza and his company. We intend to add a new fences. There currently isn't. We currently plan to fix current fences and intend to employ a security system which compromises of cameras and sensors, as well as provide for automatic doors, security guard, and engage with the local community, such as an SPDE, which is like a local community fund that we learned recently when speaking to the local principal of the local school. Next slide, please. The surrounding areas include a 2 square mile, more or less, that consists of already a fair amount of commercial activity. Some also include aluminum factories, some also include concrete factories, things that I would consider a lot heavier industries than we're here proposing to you guys today. Next slide, please. In addition, we'd like to show you why we care about this property, the location to 2 or 4 major highways, a couple of minutes away, 1 or 2, 3 minutes tops.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Next speaker, David Martin.
Good evening, Council. David Martin, 2728 North Harwood Street in Dallas, here on behalf of the landowner and seller of the property. Just wanted to add a little bit more perspective to the zoning case in addition to other materials the applicant might provide. But this property has actually been marketed for sale for about 3 years, and it's only drawing interest from industrial users. Industrial users can't develop without a zoning change. And the longer the property remains undeveloped, the longer there's an opportunity for activities to occur on site that are not helpful for the neighborhood. So just wanted to add that perspective in addition to anything else the applicant might add. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Kathleen Sattler. Kathleen, you'll step to the microphone, please. And there's a microphone in the back if you like, up under the clock. Okay. We will not start your time until you get to the microphone.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, everyone. My name is Kathleen Smith Sadler. I reside at 2616 East 12th Street in the Riverside area, and second vice president of our neighborhood association, along with our first vice president that's here with me as well. On behalf of the residents of Riverside community, we oppose the zoning change for this address, mainly because of this residential area is too small for 18-wheeler trucks to start out with. There's no place for them to turn around other than coming into the community. We have a school district there in that area, and we will not welcome the fact that the noise, the traffic, and the fumes and the air pollution of the 18-wheelers on a daily basis. Our streets are not built to carry the load of 18-wheelers. As I stated earlier, they would have to come into the community where we have our children walking to school. and parents driving to school, taking kids. And this would be a burden on the city to refix those streets for 18-wheelers. This area is also right in Miss Opalee's backyard. Now, directly across the railroad track, the trains are enough to disturb our residents, especially our elderly people. But please consider our health and our welfare of our residents. We thank you in advance for your consideration of this, and as was already been established, that area is too small for 18-wheelers to turn around. It's just a little small space. Some of you may have already seen that area, but we did talk with our councilman about it, and he is familiar with the area. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Sadler. Our next speaker is Phyllis Marshall, who I believe has a group. Is that correct?
She only has 7 names.
Okay, where's Ms. Marshall? Not here? Okay, we're going to move to Rick Herring, who said a call, but I think you're in person. Hi, Rick. And Rick will be followed by Phyllis Allen, which I think is a phone call.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Rick Herring, 1801 Bolton. Yes, I wasn't sure if I'd be able to get here, so I tried to sign up both ways, and thank you to Secretary Goodall for trying to help me with that. But I just came tonight to register my opposition to this case as well and join with the other voices of some of my Riverside neighbors and to clear up something that was stated incorrectly at the zoning hearing. Now, this won't matter to you all in regards to this case, but it matters a great deal to me and to my integrity and my excuse me, relationship with my Riverside friends. Months ago, I was contacted about this by the applicant and also some of the neighbors to talk about it, including Billy Dorado, who's one of the vice presidents of the neighborhood association. Pardon me. And I was opposed to it from the beginning, but I did say that I would help if they wanted to negotiate some of the things, you know, lighting, security, parking, whatever it may be. But the neighborhood was adamantly opposed to it, and of course I supported them in that. But at the time I was moderator for the Riverside Alliance. I'm no longer in that position, but like a day before the zoning hearing, the applicant contacted me and said that the zoning staff was insisting on a letter from Riverside Alliance stating our position. Well, I've never, you know, unless I'm opposing something or supporting something, we've never submitted a letter. But this is the letter that I submitted, and it says Riverside Alliance is not taking a position either in approval or opposition, et cetera, consistent with our longstanding practice. Riverside Alliance defers to the decisions of its members' organizations in zoning and other cases. And in this case, that would be the United Riverside Neighborhood Association. What upset me, and the reason I'm here, is because at the zoning hearing, the applicant stated that she had a letter of support from Rick Herring on this case. And I was horrified. I wasn't at the meeting. I was watching it on TV. But I was assured by many of my lifelong friends that were here for that meeting, that live in that neighborhood, that they didn't believe that for a second. But I was asked to come tonight and just clarify that. So I wanted to go on record that I was in opposition to that case, and it was a very misleading statement by the applicant, and I don't necessarily know that that was on purpose. Maybe they just misunderstood the context of the letter. But in any event, thank you for your time, and I am opposed to this case.
Thank you, Rick. Our next speaker is Phyllis Allen on the phone.
Good evening. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I want to start out by saying that in the 21st century, 2022, it is unthinkable that 25 feet from someone's front door, we would allow 18-wheelers to come from, as the applicant told me, 12 midnight till 2 in the morning. They're expecting 25 to 30 18-wheelers to come to this parking facility. This is most of the businesses that they talked about have been there. I've lived in this neighborhood for 65 years.
Most of the businesses that they're talking about were there from the time that I was a child. So these businesses were put in adjacent to a neighborhood in a very different time. What our neighbors are saying is this: we are in the process of redeveloping our neighborhood. Our housing prices have gone up exponentially. We have development that is coming and that is already in the works. And so to have in a redeveloping neighborhood 18-wheelers that come from 12 midnight till 2 in the morning. And then when we were at zoning, one of the zoning commissioners mentioned that they eventually have plans to open a truck repair facility there. This is a small parcel of land that is bordered by the railroad, so there is no way for any type of expansion. They are being forced to leave the place where they are right now because they are in a residential neighborhood. There is a very suitable place less than a mile away that is adjacent to I-30, since they're talking about the proximity of freeways, that is zoned correctly, that is big enough, has been used for that for years, and I don't think the neighborhood would oppose that. But we are desperately in opposition to bringing 18-wheelers into a small, older neighborhood.
Thank you, Phyllis. That's the last of our, let me make sure, let's turn the page here. That's the last of our speakers on that item, Chris. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I have had some more conversations with other residents, and I think one was mentioned tonight, Ms. Opally, and I want to give an opportunity to ask her a question about this project.
Young people, and you are young, because you're not 95. Remember that. I just feel like there's another use for that property, and we have it. We have a farm, they call it Opal's Farm, that the Trinity River Authority was kind enough to let us use on the Trinity River. And so one of the programs we have is that people who've been incarcerated and can't find jobs, that they would be a part of the farm operation. Tarleton State is going to see that these people actually study farming and become a part of that operation. And the time they have spent in prison will not be time lost. You see, they work on farms in prison. And so our idea is to use that property for housing for those people who are coming out of prison and going to need housing. I called and asked the price, and it's astronomical. I wonder if that young man would tell me what they're selling it to him for. But my opposition is that we need it for something else. We are saying that the owners wouldn't lose money if they sold it to us. And I'd rather not have 18-wheelers Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Opal. Councilmember Nettles, I'll turn it to you.
The night has been well spent. So I want to thank Ms. Sadler for being here tonight and speaking with me prior to this vote. I want to also thank you guys being here tonight. I think you guys have done what you could have done to move this forward. And I want to, you talk to me about some of the conversations that you had with the then now president of the association, how harmful and the rhetoric that you had to endure by just trying to bring a development to that district. So I apologize for that type of representation because certainly one person does not represent the entire Riverside neighborhood. And so I apologize for that. In having several conversations with you and Riverside and looking at the development, that parcel of land is a little bit too small to bring in that truck traffic. And we want to support our seniors in that area. And although you can say you want them to use a certain street, we have this same problem in Highland Hills. We actually have no truck signs. We do all kind of things, and they still drive down those roads. And so today, my motion is going to be motion to deny without prejudice.
Got a motion and a second. Any other discussion, council? Please vote. Motion to deny passes.
Next item is ZC-22-102.
I'm going to call on Councilmember Nettles on this one to start with. I believe your intention, correct, Councilmember Nettles, is to continue this case to another date?
Yes, so we've been working with all the parties into this zoning case, and so we have emailed them. I think some are here, but we're going to continue this case for 30 days so we can get that meeting set up with Commissioner Brooks and all the parties to make sure Forest Hill is involved, Everman is involved, and so we want to do that. And so I know they're here, they're welcome to speak, but we're going to continue the case at the end of the day. So
thank you, Chris.
that's my motion to continue this case until October the 11th.
Thank you. I've got a motion and a second on the floor. Out of fairness to those that are still in attendance that still want to speak, even though we're continuing, Luke Franz, you okay to wait? Okay, thank you. Kyle Varela. Okay, thank you. Will Buke. Same thing, I will. Okay, Craig Spencer. Hi, Craig, come on down. That's fine. You understand as a city manager, right?
I didn't recognize you. Hey, how you doing?
Yes. And Craig will be followed by Mary Carroll. Thank you.
Perfect. And I'm not going to need that additional time. I'm going to be very, very brief. Councilman Nettles, I appreciate you taking the time to extend this and calling on the meeting so all the parties can come together. My name is Craig Spencer. I'm the city manager and the police chief for the city of Everman. So I don't get enough of my own council meetings. I decided to come to yours and see how it went. I do want to point out just one thing briefly. I did take the opportunity to send a letter. If you have the chance to review that letter, it goes into great detail on why the city council has taken the stance that they have. So I'm not here just representing myself. I'm actually here representing the entire community of Everman. The Everman City Council unanimously adopted a resolution in opposition to this. And there are also, I believe, some residents of Fort Worth and Tarrant County here in opposition of it as well. So there is some significant opposition to this. This letter details those. All of the facts that are in this are the same that we've shared with the developer as well in our previous meetings. So none of this is a secret. Our highlights are pretty much dealing directly with flooding, some transportation concerns, although a lot of that is being addressed through some development, and then the claim of it being affordable housing. There's some concerns about it being claimed as affordable housing. Pretty much the stance is $1,500, $1,300 to $1,500 a month, in our opinion, doesn't mean affordable housing, especially when you're talking about people that are living month to month. Granted, it's a 15-year mortgage versus a 30-year mortgage, but these people aren't looking 30 years down the line. They're not looking 15 years down the line. They're looking next month. What can I afford to be on next month? And our stance on it is that we're not sure that a $1,300 to $1,500 a month payment for housing should be considered or called affordable housing. We think there's other alternatives there that could be better. The primary issue from the city's perspective is obviously just the flooding, and I know that Councilman Nettles is working very hard to get us on path to find a resolution there. So thank you.
Thank you, Craig. Next speaker is Mary Carroll. No, thank you. Becky Kate? No. Doreen Seals? I'm going to have Carolyn. Okay, that sounds good. Carolyn Renfro then. And Carolyn's followed by Audrey Morris.
Good evening, Council and Ms. Mayor. My name's Carolyn Renfro. Can I give y'all a copy? I have a few things to hand out to put on record. Here's a petition that I walked through, and some emails, and then yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
That's fine. Thank you.
Anyway, my name's Carolyn Renfro. I live on East Enon. I grew up in Forest Hill, and I moved to the city of Everman when I found my forever home. The area that encompasses Everman is quiet, friendly, and gives a sense of community. I have reached out to many of our community concerning this rezoning. Out of all the contacts I made by knocking on doors down Anglin, Lon Stevens, Enon, and by phone, I did not find one person in favor of this zoning change. Almost all of the people were either unaware of it. A lot of the community enjoyed somewhat of, they moved there to have the country life, is what they did, especially me. All the contacts that I made have been opposed and have signed the petitions that you have a copy of, and I sent emails and stuff, and I think Mr. Nettles sent it, or the zoning commission sent it around. Our community is against this proposed zoning change in light of the following impacts it will bring to the surrounding areas and how it will negatively affect all of us. There's going to be noise pollution, light pollution. You know, we like sitting outside under the stars. You know, with the new, if this passes, there's going to be a lot of light in the manufactured home area. Road overcrowding. The roads in Fort Worth have many potholes down Enon and Anglin. We already have air pollution with the 2 landfills and the new electric substation. We are already seeing flooding in our community from all the new construction in the Fort Worth in our area. I read on the city of Fort Worth's TRWD, it's MS4, page 10, that stormwater must be carried to be an adequate and acceptable outfall. And then the definition of the adequate and acceptable outfall. Anyway, as you see, there's flooding that we have been dealing with. Myself and Council Nettleman and the director have made numerous requests to Mr. Beck for addressing his existing First Step Home community so that we could go and visit him and see him. And as of today, we've made like 4 or 5 attempts, and nobody has reached out to us to give us those addresses so we can see what they're proposing.
Thank you. Thank you, Carolyn. Our next speaker is Audrey Morris, followed by Sue Weston.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Audrey Morris. I currently live in North Ridgely, which is in Councilmember Crane's district, but I am here today to speak on District 8, Councilmember Nettles' district, in opposition to the zoning change at 4401 Enon Drive. I lived at 4503 Anglin Circle close to 20 years, and my grandparents and parents have lived there for over 30 years. Our property at Anglin Circle is directly adjacent to the east side of the subject property at hand, 4401 Enon Drive. This is a small rural community, and I believe that this proposed zoning change does not have the infrastructure to support 298 manufactured homes. I'm in opposition to this because I think that it's going to adversely affect the traffic circulation in this community. There are 2 main roads, Anglin Drive and Forest Hill Drive, and they are underdeveloped and undersized. I also think that it will adversely affect the future home buyer for this specific project, because I also believe that a $1,300 to $1,500 mortgage payment when you're also leasing the land from the developer is not an affordable house. And more importantly, the significant yet negative impact the land and neighboring properties will endure with the flooding and the drainage this area has and will experience. I have some photos from my parents' property at 4503 England Circle that shows the flooding throughout the years. So if you want these, or
You can hand them
okay.
down. Yeah, thank you.
Yes. Yep. Here you go. Yes.
Thank you, Audrey.
Mhm.
Our next speaker is Sue Weston. Is Sue still here? No? Okay. Chris, that's the last of our speakers.
All right, thank you. And again, I want to express some of the concerns that was brought up is the reason why we're having that meeting to talk about infrastructure, to meet with COG, to try to build out infrastructure or get a commitment that infrastructure will be built out. And some other things we want to talk about. So again, thank you guys for coming out tonight. I am concerned of why she wasn't able to view those properties. So I don't know if we can work something out, if we can do some type of tour, and we can work through my office. So before you leave, if you can get with Sally, and we'll get, okay, thank you. So motion to continue for 30 days to October the 11th is my motion.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Please vote, council. Motion to continue passes.
Next item is ZC-22-106.
We have one speaker, David Godvin. Is David here? Hey, David, come on down.
Good evening, Council. My name is David Godwin, and I'm with OHT Partners. We are a multifamily developer headquartered in Austin with a focus on DFW, Austin, San Antonio, and Houston, and are very excited about this opportunity. To give you some background on our group, we're currently under construction on 4 multifamily projects throughout DFW, and our goal on every project is to be the highest quality apartment community in the market and be a development that the neighbors in the area are proud of. I'm going to first talk about the progression of our design of the project alongside Councilman Williams, then later talk about current zoning, the future land use map, and why we believe multifamily is the highest and best use for this location. Now onto the project itself. Our team started with, would you mind going to the second to last slide? Can I do it? Here we go. Our team started with this initial site plan. It's 2 4-story buildings and totaled 300 units. We had a discussion with both Councilman Williams and Kendall Locke, and they had a few suggestions for us, which we were very receptive to. Given the Park Palisades neighborhood to the north, we felt the 4-story building was a bit imposing to our neighbor, and by way of Councilman Williams' suggestion, we tweaked the design and brought down density. This is the new design that we landed at, and it's 1 4-story building in the front, a 3-story building in the middle, and 2 2-story townhomes in the back to soften the transition from our site to Park Palisades. We also extended the western leg of the building to help hide the view of parking from Chisholm Trail. Now to the look of the building itself. After a discussion with Councilmember Williams and the neighborhoods in the area, we thought a timeless design with a focus on high-quality materials and mainly masonry would be a perfect fit for this area. And now I'd like to briefly speak about the current zoning on the property. Currently, the property is zoned industrial, and the future land use map calls for general commercial. As we discussed with Councilman Williams, there are a few reasons why both these zoning types are not a great fit for the site. The first is access. The property is surrounded on 3 sides by the railroad, the Park Palisades community to the north, and Chisholm Trail on the west. For both industrial and retail developers, this limited access makes a successful distribution warehouse or retail center difficult. Additionally, for an industrial user, the smaller nature of the site prevents a developer from building an efficient warehouse. The next topic I'd like to discuss is traffic. We understand the concerns surrounding traffic and had conversations with multiple neighbors on the topic. First of all, we think the majority of the cars leaving our property will make a quick right onto Chisholm Trail towards downtown Fort Worth, mitigating most of the flow of cars. Second, our team ran some traffic numbers for other uses at the site. For a shopping center, there would be 3 times as many cars entering the property, and for a fast food concept, there would be 4.5 times as many cars entering and exiting. Thanks, Councilman Williams.
David, can you just speak really quickly to the neighborhood support on this?
Yeah, for sure. So we got 9 letters of support. We got 1 from Tavolo Park and a handful from the Park Palisades neighborhood. We also met with your neighborhood, Hewlin Bend, and they were very supportive of the project as well.
Thank you.
Councilman Williams, last first.
Move to approve.
In a second, please vote. Motion carries.
Next item is ZC-22-108.
Our first speaker is Barry Hudson, followed by Linda Gerhart.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. For the record, my name is Barry Hudson, Senior Planner with Dunaway Associates. If you could put up my PowerPoint. Are some slides of the existing property. It's 2.5 acres. Half of it's zoned industrial on the south end, and the north end is zoned ER commercial. The commercial property does not have good access to Sylvania due to the retaining wall underneath the railroad underpass. The existing Riverwalk townhouses that are being developed to the north is our model for developing this property as townhouses. So the traditional individual lots for single-family residential would be between Sylvania and the Trinity Trails, with access through the property through LaSalle Street, with secondary access off of 12th Street as well. There was a previous zoning case 3 years ago for the United Riverside zoning, and the intent of that was to protect the neighborhood. You've already had another case tonight related to the truck zoning on the east side of the neighborhood. These 2 sites were previously zoned J, medium industrial. They were downzoned to I light industrial and ER. What we're proposing today is continue that trend and to support that by going ahead and going single-family attached with R2 zoning on this site. These are the Riverwalk townhouses to the north, which we're using as our ideal to emulate. The site plan we're proposing is 31 townhouses, half of them fronting on Sylvania, or excuse me, yes, and the other half fronting towards the river, towards downtown. We're going to actually improve the access to the Trinity Trail through LaSalle by increasing sidewalks and street trees and improving access to not only the Trinity Trail, but Opal's Farm as well. One of the issues that came up at the zoning hearing was visibility. Subsequent to the zoning hearing, I met with Tom Simmerly at the Transportation Public Works Department. We talked about ways to improve visibility by removing a major concrete column at the end of the retaining wall and bumping out the curb line onto the south to improve visibility. The upper left is the existing visibility, and the lower right is the zoning, the visibility after that. With that, I will like to leave up the PowerPoint for the next speaker.
Thank you, Barry. Our next speaker is Linda Gerhart, followed by Theodore Morgan.
Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council, I've been sitting here all evening, and it's very intimidating. So I want to go fast. I know the hour is late. I'm here. My name is Linda Gerhart. I live in Aledo. I'm a consultant. I represent the 2 owners of the property, Robert McKenzie Smith and Mr. Robbie Baker. Both are known builders and developers, long time. They build both commercial and residential developments. They purchased this land and did an analysis to try to figure out the best use. And it turned out to be tucking in 30 or less townhomes on this rather small site. The traffic engineer told us that that would be the very lowest density of traffic that we would add to the roadways with this property. These are local developers. I appreciate what you said before, Mayor, talking to a previous speaker. They understand the aesthetic, they understand the specialness of Riverside and want to enhance that and make it a great place, their property a great place for people to live. Lots of new people are coming to Fort Worth, and you want them to have places to live all over the city and have lots of choices. And that's what we would like to do. So we thank you for your consideration. We hope you'll support this zoning change. I forgot to mention that we had 14 or 15 meetings, community meetings, with lots of different representatives. We found opposition, we found support. In the opposition, we found that people, and I've done this myself, borrowed space, visual space that didn't belong to me, and was always disappointed when that space developed, that now my open space was gone. So that was part of the primary opposition. We tried to address all the other traffic engineering questions that we had, and we'd be willing to do whatever that was needed, the city saw us do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Linda. Our next speaker is Theodore Morgan, followed by Kathleen Sadler. Is Theodore here? Hi, Theodore. Come on down. No rush. You're fine.
Hello, everybody. How's everybody doing?
Well, thank you.
That's good. Hi. My name is Theodore Morgan. I'm former vice president, acting president of the United Riverside Neighborhood Association. We had a meeting on the 9th of August. I lost the presidency, and they had the meeting for various things on the 10th. But I'm here in support of projects that's coming to Riverside, and it's not a hasty decision for me, because I did sit down and talk to the people, and it was like, you want to come here and do this, and you're bringing this to the neighborhood, but yet I don't see what the incentive of us trying to go along with what you're planning to do. Well, with the Dunaway Associates, I sat down and I talked to them, and not only were they trying to bring something to Riverside that's it's going to help not just only Riverside, but the city of Fort Worth. Okay, coming out of, you got Sylvania and LaSalle. I suggested to them that instead of making a left, you just make it a right turn only. Utilize 12th Street as much as you possibly can. Get together with everybody to find some kind of common ground that we all can build on, because whether you want to.
Very small. And when traffic is heavy from downtown, the downtown traffic comes down 4th Street, and they take Sylvania around to Riverside Drive to try to get to 287. And there's poor visibility, as we had stated. When you come back up on to Sylvania Street, coming out of that street, you've got to come so far out into the oncoming traffic in order to see right or left, even cross there. Plus, we have kids walking to school and from school on that Sylvania corridor. And as he said, we have a retaining wall. When you come out from up under that railroad track, that really blocks your view. And My question to the oppositioners, the ones we're opposing, where are your tenants gonna park? Or where are they gonna have room for their guests to visit and park? You know, and I'm a little nervous, y'all bear with me. But they used, the downtown traffic used that corridor of Sylvania and Riverside Drive because they can't, it's construction going on at Lancaster and Pine. So they don't have access to 287 as as they had before due to construction. But I pray that you will listen to our neighborhood and listen to us, because me, myself, I'm more concerned about our children and our older people in that area. And putting an apartment complex there, that's gonna bring more people in there. I heard them say that the people are moving here to Texas from California and other places. Well, you know, our little community is so little, why can't they use their community to bring the people in and make apartments and everything affordable? And they're not saying that these places are affordable for our people. I can see two or three houses built on that property, but not an apartment complex. And we've talked to our councilman about it, and he knows.
Thank you, Ms. Sadler.
Thank you for your time.
Councilmember Nettles, that's the last of our speakers on this item.
Thank you, Mayor. Address a few things. I didn't see, I saw Theodore. I won't tell him he's gone, but he was a great partner to work with when he was the president. And I also want to address Miss Linda. Don't ever feel intimidated to come here. We have open ears. I mean, I got yelled at tonight, so I mean, I'm gonna walk out that same door that you're gonna walk out. So you are welcome to be here anytime. And so I wanted to just say that on the record. When I look at this property, and I remember when we had the issues that when Ken Samara was trying to do a similar development many years ago, and we talked about the best and the high use of this location. And just to bring some context, it's a townhome, so each one townhome will be for a single family. And so I truly respect and honor Ms. Sadler, and I thank you for staying with us all night. It's pretty late, and I just hope that we can find a medium as we move forward, and maybe they can give some more clarity on their development, and that you don't be so angry with me. But on this zoning case, I do want to move for approval. I think this is the best and most high use for this location. It would clean up the area. They're gonna do improvements to the street and make sure visibility comes, and do some improvement to Ms. Opal's farm. And I really think that it would be good for the district, as well as the grocery store that we've been trying to bring, and trying to make sure that we have the income to support the grocery store that we're trying to bring down the road. No promises, but we're trying to move forward for Riverside. So that's my motion.
Motion and a second from Councilmember Crane. Please vote. It's not in his chair, sorry. Motion carries.
Next item is ZC 22-118.
Councilmember Nettles, we have no speakers on this item.
Approval.
Motion and a second. Please vote. You don't want to talk. I didn't think so. Okay, but it approved, passed. There you go. Thank you for being here.
Next item is ZC-22-121.
We have two speakers on this item. Councilmember Blaylock. The first is George McElroy, followed by Myra Torres. Both, there's no opposition. So you checked if you'll attend only if there's opposition. But any questions from Councilmember Blaylock?
So George, thank you for being here today. I know this has been a fun and interesting journey for you. If you wouldn't mind for everybody, just spend just a moment and tell them about the use case here, the conditional use permit we're talking about.
Of course, my pleasure. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is George Muckleroy. I live at 4305 Mariloma Drive in Fort Worth. This is my client, Myra Torres, and her father, Valentin Torres. This case originally was a piece of agricultural property. My client was parking trucks there and learned that they were in violation of the city's land use and applied for a zoning change from agricultural to industrial, and that was approved. Then they moved forward to a conditional use permit, and they ran into difficulty with the site plan. And I've worked with city staff and met with Councilmember Blaylock to prepare a site plan that hopefully complies with the city's zoning regulations. And the staff report currently recommends for approval. And so I'm respectfully requesting that the council would approve this conditional use permit. Thank you.
Thank you, George.
So I'm going to make a motion to approve. Second.
Motion and a second. Please vote, council.
That's the next one. That's the next one.
They're fighting over it. Gina? No. Chris got up. Sorry. Motion carries. Thank you, George. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
Next item is ZC 22-123.
We have two speakers on this item. First is John Corneliuson, followed by Don Jury. Corneliuson. I just made up some new words. Hi, John. It's nice to see you.
Nice to see you, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. I'm John Corneliuson, President of Evolving Texas, and proud to represent this project tonight. Mr. Don Jury, who is here tonight, who will also speak. As you know, we're rezoning a portion of property on Beach Street. And this property may look familiar. We were before you earlier this year, Councilman Moon's last meeting, trying to get this approved. As a result of that meeting, and actually 6 months of working with the neighbors, we withdrew that case, reformatted it really in direct response to only ask for zoning on our property that fronts Beach Street and to provide the offices that Mr. Jury wants to build. Don has lived within a mile of this property for over 60 years, and he is looking to build at this location a family office. His daughter, who works locally, will also have an accounting business here. His granddaughter, Lauren, who graduated from TCU, is looking to potentially have a daycare facility here. This is truly a family-centric, neighborhood-centric development, and I'm proud to represent it. I really would just like to say thank you to everyone who's helped us get here. It's been a long road. Even Rick Herring, who left earlier, while I think he opposes us still, he was super helpful throughout this whole process to help us get to the best possible result. And especially Councilman Blaylock, who came in the middle of all of it, took the baton from Carrie Moon and helped us get here. Thank you to staff and to Zoning Commission for their recommendations for approval. We ask for yours. I have here for any questions, and I think Don would like to say a few words.
Don Jury's our next speaker. Come on down, Don.
Good evening. My name's Don Jury. I live at 436 Haltom Road in Haltom City, which is about a mile from the property that we're talking about. And all I want to do is ask you for approval for the zoning. And have a good evening.
Thank you, Don. That's the last of our speakers, Alan.
So, John, Don, thank you both for being here tonight. Thank you both for being so receptive to the feedback and conversation. I know y'all have been working on this property for a long time, and you mentioned the previous zoning case, but this is actually your third for this piece of property. And I think we've gotten to a place where everyone's good, and we're going to make this happen. Thank you so much for all your time and effort and working with the office and working with the community to try to get where we're going to be today. So without any other discussion or any other comments? I have a motion that I'll read because it's a little complicated. But I motion to approve a planned development district for all uses in E, neighborhood commercial, with the exclusion of the following: utilities, all, lodging, short-term rental, waste-related, all, retail sales and service, convenience store, liquor or package, vehicle sales, parking area or garage, towing yard with office, truck stop with fuel and accessory services, vehicle junkyard, and automobile vehicle sales or rentals, and agricultural, gas grilling and production, and we're waiving site plan.
Second.
Motion and a second. Please vote, council.
Thank you.
Motion carries.
Next item is ZC 22-125.
We no speakers on this. Councilmember Beck.
I'm going to continue this for 30 days to give the applicant the opportunity to reach out to our office. Thank you.
Motion and a second. Please vote. Motion carries.
Next item is ZC-22-128.
We have a speaker, Barry. Would you like to come down and speak to? You're good. Okay. Okay, good. Councilmember Crane made that clear. Okay. Got a motion and a second. Please vote. Motion carries.
Next item is ZC-22-129.
We have three speakers. Our first is David Martin, followed by Taylor Meacham.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. David Martin, 2728 North Harwood Street in Dallas, on behalf of the applicant, Creation. We've got a brief presentation prepared. Do I just hit next slide, or can that be brought up?
She's pulling it up for you just a second.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Is my time counting?
Okay,
thanks.
Yeah, we will. Just get to 250.
Okay.
I can see. I'll add the seconds. You're
Okay,
good.
thanks. I can go here for a little bit. I'm joined by members from the Creation team and also Peloton, who's the civil engineer for the project. I will wait a few minutes, a few seconds. Thank you. Thank you. I'll be quick here. So here's the property, right along I-35, almost to Burleson, roughly 88 acres. There's the existing zoning. I think this, it's important to note the existing zoning surrounding the site. So everything you see in sort of pinkish purple there is light industrial. There's warehouse and tractor trailer storage located to the north. I-35 is just to the west. Everything in red to the south of the site is zoned intensive commercial or office. Sort of the light blue gray to the south is zoned for hospital. That's Hughley Hospital, who's the seller of the area of request. So they do not have plans to expand into the area of request. And then there's single family adjacent to the east, which is the Garden Acres neighborhood. So our request is for a planned development district for warehouse distribution and office showroom uses. That PD is subject to a site plan and development standards. Those development standards include, among other things, enhanced screening and landscaping standards to respect the single family to the east, which we can show on this color site plan. So a few elements to the site plan are an 8-foot screening fence, landscape buffer, minimum 50-foot building setbacks. In many areas around the site, the building setbacks are actually larger than that. The truck and trailer parking is directed toward the middle of the site for the most part, and or screened from the single family. All ingress and egress will be to I-35 to the west, so no trucks moving through the neighborhoods. We're also adding a deceleration lane on the service road there. The site plan also accounts for some quite large utility easements. You can see the green strip kind of going from left to right, and also a gas well sort of on the bottom right of the site. So we feel like this plan is the best plan that has the least impact on the surrounding neighborhood. We do have a staff recommendation of approval. We also have zoning recommendation of approval subject to meeting with the neighbors. We did have that meeting with the neighbors on, previous slide. We did have that meeting with the neighbors in August, and that meeting was a result of invitations that were hand-delivered to all the homes within the area of request. It was about 30 homes in total. The meeting was lightly attended, but the invitations included our contact information if folks had questions. We didn't get there with everyone, as you might hear tonight, but hopefully we were able to incorporate what we were able to, and hopefully everyone felt heard. And at this point, I'd love to pass it over to Taylor Meacham from Creation to talk a little bit about the design. Happy to answer questions. We respectfully request your approval. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Our next speaker is Taylor Meacham. Hi, Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Pro Temp and Council. Again, I'm Taylor Meacham with Creation Equity. We're the development group behind the project. I think we missed a slide somehow in our presentation. I just want to kind of touch on that for a second. We did actually have the neighborhood meeting with Garden Acres community that's directly to the east on the 29th. Before that, we went and passed out flyers to every house that was a part of the 300-foot radius zone, as well as others on both sides of the street. I think that was along Stone Road over here, and then Deer Creek, and then one more there. I think it was Timothy. So really everything plus more. So it was probably over 30 homes. Passed out flyers, dropped it off at the front door, tried to talk with as many people as possible. Spoke to a handful, mixture of reviews, some positive, some negative, and then some we just weren't ever able to touch base with anybody. But just speaking on the site plan real quick, that David kind of mentioned, we went with this 8-foot fence, really from the start with guidance from Councilman Williams to kind of be proactive, shield some of the visibility that there might be, or anything really for that matter. It's a wood fence. We will maintain it. It's on our property. So that is on our property. That doesn't include, the setback from the road. That doesn't include, additional screening with landscaping. And that also doesn't include, further pushback from, for instance, on the east side, there's gas pipelines that come from the gas pad down on the southeast side. So anyway, point is, a lot of site constraints here make it tough for any sort of development, but we try to account for all that, screen as much as possible, provide as much cushion as possible from us and the adjacent uses. Just speaking about some of our design, which we have a lot of pride in, we have an in-house design company, so we have a lot of focus on that type of the project, which we think helps in the long run with our tenants, our lease-up ability, overall interest in the project. Some things here, vertical lines, contrasting colors, Texas limestone, a lot of glass. This attracts, again, that high-end tenant, more of an office, showroom, warehouse type of user. Same thing here, the same building on the north side. Something I want to highlight here that's important, these are some of the buildings back in the back that you saw on the site plan. Again, very high-end office showroom here, pop out, but notice the landscaping, the screen wall that we're adding on the truck courts, and the fact that you can't really see any of the dock doors or trucks in that slide. Same thing here, another perspective, a lot of landscaping, a lot of glass, trying to attract a higher end tenant, limit the truck traffic and all the traffic within the property.
Thank you, Taylor.
Yeah.
Our next speaker is, and I'm going to butcher this, I apologize, Jane Nevakoya. Thank you, Jane.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I seem to be the only one that has time, effort, and energy to fight these folks. And for my council person, I have a lot of paperwork to give you. Who do I give this to? I have pictures from Everman Parkway down to 1187 of probably 19 warehouses in various stages of completion. Plus there's approximately, I think, 6 to 9 more in the process of being built, land scraped and whatnot for development. These gentlemen have been very nice, polite, pretty pictures and everything, but our community doesn't feel like we need more warehouses. We are in a crux area. We pay Burleson school taxes. We have Burleson addresses, but we owe allegiance to Fort Worth. The area that I live on is Deer Creek Drive. My property is going to have the majority of that up against it. I went out 2 weekends ago and got signatures and opposition for everybody who has land on Deer Creek, Timothy, and Stone. There was only one house that was empty. One elderly gentleman said he was too old to care what they did. One lady's moving out, and one lady said she just doesn't want housing or apartments, so she didn't care. And everyone else signed it. This is, sorry, I don't have copies. I ran out of ink doing the pictures. We are in favor of development, just not warehouses. You can put anything, strip centers, a car lot, anything but warehouses. There are too many. We are turning into a warehouse society in this vicinity. All these other warehouses that are being put up do not have neighborhoods attached to them. I feel it's gonna mess up our whole housing situation. If we want to sell our property, who's going to want to move in next door to one? I mean, all the pretty fences is nice.
Thank you, Jane. That's the last of our speakers. Councilmember Williams.
Questions?
I do have a couple of questions, actually. And I think I want to do it for Taylor. Taylor, some of the challenges that we've had in this particular area is related to infrastructure. Can you talk about the infrastructure fees that y'all be paying on this project? And also, can you speak to the quality of tenants that you're bringing in and how that relates to our goal of bringing in high quality jobs in the area? Sorry, I'm putting y'all on the spot, but I want to talk through this a bit. And I know it's late and we all want to get to our family, so.
Yeah, no, thank you. And thank you, Jane, and thank you, Councilman Williams, again. We've met with Jane a number of times now. Had some really good conversations. We were at the neighborhood meeting together, and, you know, spoke with one other neighbor as well, and explored a lot of different ideas. So always open and respectful of everybody's thoughts about the project. I can't speak exactly to what the fees are for the project.
Mm-hmm.
We can get an estimate for that, follow up with it. I don't know what it would be. I'd be guessing right now at this point. As far as the tenants, I think, you know, a lot of these warehouses that Jane mentions, they appear to be vacant. They're actually not. There's a high level of demand for this product type in the city of Fort Worth right now, and the Metroplex as a whole. For instance, in North Fort Worth alone, there's already been 11 or 12 million square feet that's been leased this year. That's already exceeded 2021's numbers for North Fort Worth in that area. So South Fort Worth is seeing the same amount of activity. Those tenants include, you know, Home Goods, Samsung, you know, Target, Walmart, a lot of retailers that, you know, respond to and provide goods for consumers, as well as other 3PLs and companies that ship product across the country, because Dallas-Fort Worth is such a central hub. So while our project has some of the larger product on it, it also has some of the shallower, more smaller tenant, less traffic, more of a residential pickup type of facility for plumbing fixtures or HVAC repair, things like that. So that's kind of our model, is a mixture of product and a mixture of tenants because of it.
Thank you for that. Jane, the reason I did that, I wanted to facilitate Taylor answering some of those questions on the record. I will say that I hear your concerns, and you know, your neighbors, and our office have worked really hard to address some of the challenges that Garden Acres has faced for decades, including infrastructure. And one of the things that I'm supportive of with this project is its proximity to 35, and the reality that trucks aren't going to go through the neighborhood, and at the same time, they're paying fees that then we can leverage to make some of the infrastructure improvements that are much needed. Kendall and I have been really successful in partnership with Garden Acres in your neighborhood to improve Deer Creek and Garden Acres. There's still a lot more work to be done. And so I feel like this is a balanced approach at getting good development, good jobs along an important corridor for the state and the region. And it'll also allow us to make some improvements in the neighborhood without truck impact on the neighborhood. And so with that, I want to move to approve. And I want to make sure that we continue to engage your community along the way.
Got a motion and a second. Please vote, council. Motion carries.
Next item is MNC 22-0712.
Move for approval.
Motion and a second. Please vote. Motion carries.
MMC 22-0724.
Motion, council. Motion and a second. Please vote.
That item passed. Next item is MNC 22-0697.
Councilmember Firestone, since it's your just perfect. Thank you. Motion and a second. Please vote.
That item passed. Next item is MNC 22-0694.
Councilmember Beck.
Move to approve.
Thank you. Second. Motion and a second. Please vote. Motion carries.
Next item is MNC 22-0695.
Second.
Motion and a second. Thank you. Please vote. Motion carries.
Mayor, that concludes all of the items.
Thank you very much, council. We're going to close tonight's meeting in honor of Dr. Reva Houston Bell, the mother of Pastor Michael Bell, who passed away yesterday. Dr. Bell became the first Black tenured professor in the School of Education at TCU. Her tenured status remained until her death. Services are pending, but we wanted to honor this very special lady in our community tonight. With that, council, meeting adjourned.
Western Park improvements, Thorny Ridge Park improvements, and Calmont Park security lighting improvements. The neighborhood should expect to see city workers and contractors throughout the Las Vegas Trail neighborhoods for the next year or so, and we expect the work to be completed by the end of December 2023. Neighborhood Services will continue to track and update you on the progress.
Attention, lawn rangers. In your